Good morning, everyone. My name is Ala Kamil, and I am serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SACC. For this meeting, and in my role, I will be opening the fourth day of the meeting on the Science Advisory Committee peer review of the draft risk evaluations for 134678 hexahydro 466788 hexamethylcyclopenta gamma 2-benzopyran HHCB and phthalic anhydride. Also, the draft hazard assessments for orthodichlorobenzene and para-dichlorobenzene. So I would like to repeat that SACC meetings are subject to all requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA, and these include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov with the docket number listed on the agenda. As a reminder, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube, and you may access the link through the SACC peer review webpage listed in the agenda. I'd like to thank Dr. George Cobb and Dr. Robin Ann Gentry for facilitating the sessions in the past days. I would also like to thank the committee members and ad hoc reviewers for their responses to the charged questions and the EPA team for preparing their draft risk evaluations. And now I will hand it over to the chair, Dr. George Cobb, to start today's discussions. Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal, and thanks everyone for joining us today. We're in our fourth day of this review, and we are actually on schedule for the agenda. If you're following along on the agenda, we're exactly where we should be on the agenda, which is kind of unusual, but good. So before we get started, I need to take the roll, so I'll do that now. Dr. Apte.
I'm here.
Dr. Fong.
Present.
Dr. Baker.
I'm here.
Dr. Chason. No,
Sorry, couldn't get the audio on. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Fox.
Good morning, here.
Dr. Gentry.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Graham.
Morning, I'm here as well.
Ms. Jenkins.
I'm here. Good morning.
Dr. Lee.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Merced Nieves.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Good morning.
Dr. Prisbilla.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Rubin.
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Samuel.
Here, good morning.
Mr. Wright.
I'm here. Good morning.
Morning. Dr. Gadia.
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Dr. Islas Robles.
Good morning. I'm here.
Dr. Carmos.
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
Dr. LaRocca.
Good morning. I'm here.
Dr. Lovato.
Good morning. I'm here too.
Dr. Pandiri.
Good morning. I'm present.
Dr. Rager.
I'm here.
Dr. Schlenk.
Good morning. Here.
Dr. Shao.
Good morning. I'm here.
Dr. Strickland.
Good morning.
And Dr. Wolf.
Present.
All right. Seem to have everyone here this morning. So to start off this morning, we can maybe go to turn the floor over to EPA to see if they have any responses to questions that have been asked over the last couple of days, or any clarifications that they would like to make before we get started with circling back to clarifications from the committee from previous days' discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is Dr. Giovanni Marilis, and EPA does have clarifications to responses provided to the SACC yesterday morning. We did provide our response to Ala, who will share with the committee. Regarding question for HHCB on the consumer exposure for continuous action air fresheners, specific question was, what was the inhalation rate used for the inhalation modeling of consumer exposures to continuous action air fresheners? Response, EPA used default inhalation rates from the consumer exposure model, CEM. Default inhalation rates provided by CEM vary during and after product use and by age group. For adults, the default inhalation rates are 0.74 cubic meters per hour or 17.76 cubic meters per day during product use, and 0.61 cubic meters per hour or 14.64 cubic meters per day after the product is used. This information, including inhalation rates for all other age groups, can be found in Table B-12 of the CEM version 3.2 User Guide Appendix U.S.EPA 2023, and within Appendix Section B.2.3 and Appendix B4 of Table B4 of the Draft Human Exposure Assessment for HHCB. And I'll pass it on to Kathy Dionisio for further comments.
Dr. Cobb, did you want to ask if there's any additional clarification on that one before I move to a second clarification?
We certainly can. So committee, did that answer your questions? That seems pretty comprehensive to me, but if someone wanted to say anything else. Okay, let's please proceed with the next response.
This is Kathy Dionisio, Senior Science Advisor, EPA. I will be acknowledging a second clarification from yesterday that was raised. So yesterday, Dr. Lee raised an inconsistency related to charge question 17 for HHCB in the BCF, BAF calculations from the ADME-B calculator. EPA has confirmed that an error does exist in the calculations, and we want to thank the committee for their careful review of our detailed technical work. So we really appreciate the careful review and identification of the error. We had some folks working yesterday and through the evening. Unfortunately, the additional QA that we would like to do to the spreadsheet to ensure that additional errors are not propagated is not going to be able to be completed this week. It will be completed within the next couple of weeks, and when it is complete, we will post the correct and updated spreadsheet along with any additional clarifying information that's needed to the docket so that it's available both to the public and to the SACC committee. So we would ask in the meantime that the committee in their responses to charge question 17, please acknowledge the error that you identified and to the best of your ability, still provide comment on the proposed approach, which remains the same. Thank you.
Excellent. And thank you for that response and for getting that work done. That's not a trivial task to figure out where calculations may have gone awry. And in this many documents with this many calculations, an error or so is not unexpected, and that's why we do these reviews. And actually, why it's really important that we review all aspects of these evaluations before they get finalized. But I really appreciate that. That was a kind of a heavy lift to get that done last night, and I appreciate it. And I think that Dr. Lee's comments may serve as some corroboration for the things you're doing internally, just as and I think he's going to show some of that today, so it will be on the docket for you guys to have as a cross-check.
Great.
Dr. Lee, does that answer your question?
Yeah, this is Dr. Lee speaking. So I really appreciate the EPA's efforts and all the things you have been doing for correcting this thing. And we are more than glad to review the corrected results in a few weeks.
Thank you. So now I'm going to turn it back over. We have one more clarification back in DC, and I'll turn that over to Karen and Sean.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Dionisio.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich with the EPA. We, Sean Shiflett and I are going to provide additional clarification to Dr. Schlank's concerns regarding the spreadsheet with the water quality portal data. EPA is confirming that the Excel spreadsheet submitted to the docket is an accurate reflection of what was retrieved from the water quality portal. There are many submissions to the portal that do not contain location information and is a reflection of what the states and other federal agencies have submitted to the
I'm having an audio problem.
Dr. Eisenreich, the voice, something happened to the audio. We're not hearing you anymore. We still don't hear you. No.
Something coming through, but it's inaudible.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, now it's good.
I had to switch to my computer audio. I will start over because I do not know where you lost me at. So again, just for clarification, this is clarification in regards to Dr. Schlank's comments on the water quality portal spreadsheet. EPA is confirming that the Excel sheet submitted to the docket is an accurate reflection of what was retrieved from the water quality portal. There are many submissions to the portal that do not contain location information and is a reflection of what the state and federal agencies have submitted to the portal. To reiterate the clarifying point made on June 10th, the location of the supplementary file can be found at docket ID EPA-HQ-OPPT-2018-0430-0095. Sample site location may be identified either within columns X or Y representing site IDs, or may be identified in columns AD and AE representing latitude and longitude values when available. And that's the key. It's when it is available and has been submitted to the water quality portal. Overall, the location identifiers within column X in the file are well represented with USGS identification numbers. Now Dr. Shiflett will take you through a demonstration of where that location information can be found within the spreadsheet.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I will go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen. All right, so what I have open in front of you is file 31, which is listed on the docket. On file 31, we have 3 tabs: a cover page, a contents description, and a results tab. To scroll through the information, I need to get this to go away. What you will go to is go into the review section of the Excel sheet. You will click unprotect the sheet. That will allow you to search through the different columns. So I'm going to focus in on columns AD and A11. This is where you may find latitude and longitude data. You can filter these 2 columns and identify any particular latitude or longitude value that might be available. Note that there are just a lot of entries for this Excel file, but if you click on the entry blanks, you will then see only data that contains actual latitude and longitude values. This is the same process that you would follow for columns X or Y if you were trying to identify a particular USGS monitoring site or any other location identifying information. And that is how I would approach the spreadsheet. Happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. Okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And I'm sorry, my mouse is trying not to click on things right now. So thank you. Dr. Slink has his hand raised.
Yeah, Ala sent me the unprotected version, I guess, this morning. So I went through that. Again, it's still really, really hard to find anything. You know, again, it'd be much easier if you just had a table of the sites that were listed in figure 4.5 and 4.6. I think that would be way easier than having to dig through it all. And yeah, it's kind of, I appreciate the efforts that you tried to go through, but yeah, most of the sites are empty for Y, and honestly, it's really difficult to go through that. Just to,
I
you know, in
understand.
terms of
It is difficult to get through.
so yeah. Yeah, but anyway, appreciate the efforts. Thanks anyway.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. And I'm going to turn off my audio. We are having some technical difficulties in the room, so we're going to try and figure those out right now.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kamal, do you still have your hand raised?
Yes, I have a request. So thank you for showing us the instructions on how to unprotect the document and how to find these data. And I'm wondering if it's possible that we create like a README file in this spreadsheet to show everyone how to do what you just showed us now, because I don't think that a lot of people will have this information. Or just we publish instructions about this one separately in the docket. That will be very helpful, and I hope we can do that. Thank you.
Dr. Kamal, that is an excellent suggestion, and I think a README file in any complex spreadsheet is probably a good idea. I know it's extra work, but it increases the transparency and the availability of those data. So I agree with you 100%. Let's turn to the committee now for any clarifications from previous days. And I think Dr. Wolf had something he wanted to say. So maybe I'll start with him and then we can circle to anybody else that has comments from previous days.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cobb. I just wanted to, there was a brief discussion yesterday on using the internal concentration of chemical based on the NIHS evaluation of tissue and blood levels of from the 5-day study, and how would you do that? And I just wanted to, I was thinking about that, and I just wanted, can you all see this slide? Yes, you can. Okay, so I was just thinking that again, the reason to do physiologically based toxicokinetic models is to extrapolate across species to predict the internal concentration. Well, since you have the internal concentration for the rat and the mouse, you could lay that out on the x-axis, and that's what I was talking about, just based on concentration of chemical, and then do your evaluation. I think the other piece of this is there's a lot of discussion about species differences. Well, you could line up the chamber concentration under that internal concentration, because this mouse here with this liver concentration was exposed to this level of chamber. So, and that would allow you to quickly compare that since what you'll probably see is at the 4-day level, the mouse is shifted to the left on the chamber concentration, the rat on the right to the chamber concentration, and give you a better handle. But this would allow you to directly compare, and that's what I was kind of thinking about. And then, of course, you could see if it makes a difference, and if it doesn't, then it's not worth pursuing for your conclusion. And if it does make a difference in how you extrapolate the data to the human situation, then I think this would go a long way to advancing the science, as well as being able to directly relate your in vivo effects to any future in vitro rodent assays and then the comparable in vitro human assays. And so that was what I was thinking. I hope that's helpful. And I uploaded this into our SharePoint, and we'll throw this into the question 1 response as well, just so you'll have it. But I wanted to get that out to you before end of September when you get the final.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think that's good to get this at least on the record before we're exiting for the week and the written report. Dr. Opti.
Yeah, Dr. Wolf, that's a great suggestion. I really like that. One of the things that the agency had brought up yesterday is the 2 different time points that they have these data, and we had some brief discussion about that. So the one time they have taken concentrations is at the last dose, I think, and then the necropsy is 24 hours after that. So we have 2 concentrations in the sense that the last at necropsy concentration is 24 hours after the last dose, I guess. And so when you're layering these graphs with these concentrations, we had some discussion about which concentration to use, and I think we had a discussion yesterday indicating that the concentration at the end of the 4 days is useful, and it is for sure. But I do think that there is some merit in an effort where you could also look at necropsy concentration and then see what happens, especially because the gene expression analysis can be very sensitive to the actual tissue concentration, because the process is, the chemicals are going to bind to the receptor, it's going to drive the process. So it doesn't take that long. And having 2 versions might actually help, since they're going to try this as an exercise and then figure out which one works better.
Yeah. No, and I completely agree with you that it would be worthwhile that first pass and just compare all the different pieces and parts and just see which is the best, and then do the rest of the analysis that way.
Perfect.
But yeah,
and you
I
can
agree.
put that in CQ1, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Ottinger is next.
Dr. Wolf, I think this is an excellent suggestion, and going further on Dr. Opti's comment, there hopefully isn't too much of an incidence of downregulation with the gap in time, but any kind of way to see the 2 different timings would also add more refinement to the model. The other thing I was going to say is it would be really helpful if this was worked out to actually apply this to other species, as well as, so I'm thinking wildlife and AOPs and the whole cast of issues that we have there, trying to figure out things, but it would be very helpful there. And then the third thing is that I think it would be really helpful if we could develop a paradigm that could be used as more of a foundational kind of approach. In other words, make it consistent across different kinds of testing paradigms for different chemicals. So I could see this being an approach that could be upscale for lots of applications. So kudos. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Dr. Ottinger, for that comment. And then Dr. Fox?
Yes, hi, Mary Fox here. And I want to just say that I remember that the response to charge question 6C and the section that was described as a minority view was very thorough and complete, but I'm hoping to be able to add to that. I wanted to make sure to put that on the record.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Dr. Rager?
Hi, thank you for this discussion. It's exactly what I was hoping we could discuss today as charge question 1 lead. So thank you for bringing it up. And I agree with everyone's input and have taken notes. And I'm going to add it to the charge question 1 report out right now. So others, please feel free to add it in a few minutes.
Thank you. I'm really apologize. There's a pop-up that comes up every time I try to put my audio on, and the pop-up kind of blocks my ability to turn my audio on. So apologies for the delays. Dr. Gentry?
I just wanted to take a few minutes to revisit. I know that you, Dr. Cobb, and Dr. Ottinger had raised, wanting to comment about considering some of these animal studies for para-dichlorobenzene in the environmental assessment, and we're not being asked to review that. But I thought within those specific charge questions for that endpoint, I think I would suggest, I guess if this is okay, that we put as part of the recommendations that while we're not being asked to review the environmental assessment, we had several committee members who suggested that this endpoint be considered in the environmental assessment. And then we've at least got a recommendation in our comments about that endpoint and using it for that other assessment.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think Dr. Ottinger is the lead for at least one of those questions. So that's kind of hopefully going to take care of itself. But I really appreciate you getting that in.
Definitely. Thank you.
This is George Cobb. I actually have circling back to Dr. Wolf's proposal, if you will. I like the approach. My question is, I see what we gain in a pharmacokinetic, significantly gain in a pharmacokinetic sense. My question is, what do we lose, or what's the give and take on the information we lose on exposure concentration, actually dose in the environment? How confident are we in back calculating that exposure from internal dose, as Dr. Wolf was proposing we use? How accurate is that versus looking at the data, seeing what the exposure is, and seeing what the effect is? There's errors in both of those approaches. So,
sorry, Dr. Cobb, but if you think about what a physiologically based toxicokinetic model does, we typically use it to predict internal concentration, but the model's the model. So if you have the internal concentration, can you predict what the exposure dose is? And if you go back to the original comp tox proposal from 2003, it was exactly the holy grail we were trying to search for, which was using exposure-based models and external internal concentration models to predict the likelihood of adverse consequence and prioritization of risk assessment. Well, here you have an opportunity to look at that, and if you have a model that extrapolates in the rat chamber concentration, and you get this concentration in you predict this concentration in the liver. You can extrapolate it the opposite way. So we have the liver concentration, if we have the model, you can then predict what the exposure concentration would have to be. The value of this is not so much what's happening in the rat. We do the same thing. We then have model on top of model on top of model, where you're using the PBPK model to predict the liver concentration, and then you reparameterize the model, say, okay, to get that liver concentration that causes this in the rat, what would it have to be exposure in the human? Well, now we have that piece of information to say, I need this amount of chemical smashing in the liver to cause these effects. Now, if I have a quantifiable model to say, well, how much would a human have to be exposed to have that much in the, and we do this all the time for respiratory, the MPPPD or the CFD model for inhalation risk, how much is actually getting to the surface epithelium where the effects are going. But we haven't been doing that internally. And I think this is an opportunity to start that conversation of, well, what does that look like? And I think these data that, collaboratively were created can start looking at that to give us a better handle, not just on what's happening in the rodent, but the human equivalent concentration in the exposure that would have to get to that level. And then most significantly, if we're going to continue to progress these new approach methodologies, this is the kind of information you need to say, this concentration in our cell-based system is equivalent to this concentration in vivo. And we do a lot of modeling for that, but it's rare we actually have the real data to say that we know how much is in the liver. Let's put that much in the cell system.
Yeah. Okay. I understand what you're saying. This is George Cobb, that the mathematics should propagate errors the same either direction. And so that should be a wash. I think my concern is that as we move further and further into the in vitro, we lose the external dose information in these kinds of studies. And then unless we've got really good data sets to back up how this is working, we may be setting ourselves up for some problems. But I agree, I understand, and I agree with your approach, Dr. Wolf. Dr. Jen.
Yes, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Wolf said, because I brought this point up. When we look at the 5th percentile, if you remember, in the rat versus the mouse, they were very different. And if we look at the internal concentration, it may demonstrate that the difference in the tissue or in the blood, the pharmacokinetics explains that difference. So what we may find is that tissue concentration in the rat is lower than the mouse. And that explains that difference in the 5th percentile. So then we know more about tissue, differences between the species. I think that will also inform, if we know something about the human kinetics, that may also inform the most appropriate species to rely upon as we, back extrapolate, do reverse, calculations to try and estimate the external concentration in the human.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Just to add a caveat, and Dr. Gentry, you completely nailed it. You hit exactly on where we need to go. There's the caveat that the model will have to be refined according to this applications. For example, the exposure to fetuses is going to be altered by filtering, if you will, through the maternal circulation and how much reaches the fetuses. So there are going to be areas that need to be refined and validated and verified. But I think in essence and in general, this model is a very nice way to try to consolidate a more consistent approach to looking at these, multi-factor, multivariable kinds of situations that could hopefully add consistency and allow, development of PODs and all the other and HEDs in a more consistent, repeatable, replicable way.
Yes. So, Dr. Wolf?
So since Dr. Attinger brought up fetuses, I think this could be a way to do that same thing. I know it's, a lot of animals in that, but understanding the fetal concentration, like you're understanding the liver and relating that to the dam's blood would be great, because I was always concerned in developing new AIs is if we could quickly identify those chemicals that concentrated in the fetus versus those that were excluded by the placenta, we could more rapidly eliminate potential developmental toxicants, because if it's concentrating in the fetus, that project's over. So I think that was a great thing. And I know it's a lot of work for the folks doing this kinds of studies, but I think it would be something to look at into the future, where you could quickly again relate fetal concentration to dam concentration, and then if you're doing transcriptomic profiling in the placenta or the fetus, then that could really help. And then there are some embryo cultures that you could transition this from using whole animals to ex vivo embryo development and relate that better to what's happening in vivo. So I think that it's a great opportunity to think about. Not relevant for this meeting, but certainly relevant for the technology that they've accumulated here.
Excellent. Nice discussion, folks. Any other comments from the committee? Seems like we may have only had one or two topics. I'd like to ask EPA if this discussion spawned any clarifications that you would like from us about this conversation.
Can you hear me? Testing our audio.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Thank you. Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions to add.
Okay, well, you now can continue to have the floor there, EPA, to get our charge question 12 into the record.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb.
Hi.
Sorry, Dr. Cobb. I also have that pop-up issue. So I'll read the charge question 12 into the record. In section 4.2.1 of the draft human health hazard assessment for phthalic anhydride, i.e. dermal hazard assessment, EPA discusses the weight of scientific evidence for effects of phthalic anhydride following dermal exposure. The agency applied the skin sensitization adverse outcome pathway, AOP, by OECD in 2014 as an organizing framework for reasonably available data from in vitro, and in vivo assays corresponding to each of the key events in the AOP. As discussed in sections 4.2.1.1.2 and section 4.2.1.1.3, results for in vitro assays conducted in aqueous cell culture medium were negative, including data from keratinosens and HCLAT assays relevant for key event 2 and key event 3, respectively. EPA considered the negative results attributable to the rapid hydrolysis, half-life approximately 30 to 90 seconds, of phthalic anhydride to orthophthalic acid, a non-sensitizer, in aqueous solution. As discussed in section 4.2.1.2, the dose response assessment, EPA included relevant data into the Skin Allergy Risk Assessment Integrated Chemical Environment, or SARA-ICE model, which is a Bayesian statistical model that integrates data that reflect different key events of the skin sensitization AOP by OECD in 2014, which is also OECD Test Guideline 497. Using SARA-ICE, EPA derived a quantitative point of departure for skin sensitization based on the geometric mean of the EDO1 distribution. The EDO1 distribution is a probability distribution of the estimated applied human predictive patch test dermal dose in microgram per centimeter squared, at which there is a 1% chance of inducing sensitization. The SARA-ICE model predicted an EDO1 geometric mean of 240 micrograms per centimeter squared when all available data were considered, including the negative results from the HCLAT and keratinescence assays. The SARA-ICE model predicted an EDO1 of 45 micrograms per centimeter squared when the potential false negative data from HCLAT and keratinescence assays were removed. For SARA-ICE model results are presented in Table 412. For input into the draft risk evaluation of phthalic anhydride, EPA selected the EDO1 of 45 microgram per centimeter squared as the POD over the EDO1 of 240 microgram per centimeter squared because suspected false negative data from HCLAT, Q-Event3, and keratinescence, Q-Event2 assays were removed from the analysis. Of note, and as discussed in Section 4.2.1 of the draft Human Health Hazard Assessment, although other authorities have similarly concluded that phthalic anhydride is a dermal sensitizer, i.e. the EU, OECD, Health Canada, Australia NICNAS, and ACGIH 2025, they have not provided quantitative values for use in dermal risk characterization. Next slide, please, I'll read the first charge question. Please comment on EPA's application of the AOP for skin sensitization, according to Test Guideline 497 of the OECD guideline, as an organizing framework for reasonably available in chemico, in vitro, and in vivo data for the skin sensitizing potential of phthalic anhydride in Section 4.2.1.1. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that into the record for us. I'd also like to point out that within rapid time, I've gotten us behind schedule. I'm kind of laughing. We've got plenty of time built in, but our discussions this morning got us a little bit behind schedule. I'm not trying to pressure anyone into going quickly. We have plenty of time, but I think it's kind of humorous. Dr. Strickland is our lead discussant for this question, so turn the floor over to Dr. Strickland.
Okay, thank you. So the issue here is whether the AOP for skin sensitization provides an appropriate framework for organizing the available in chemico, in vitro, and in vivo data for the skin sensitizing potential of phthalic anhydride, and whether the AOP was applied appropriately in the draft human health hazard assessment for phthalic anhydride. So here's our scientific rationale. EPA's application of the OECD skin sensitization AOP is scientifically appropriate and transparent for evaluating the skin sensitization potential of phthalic anhydride. EPA appropriately organized the evidence by key event. For example, key event 1 is covalent binding to proteins. Key event 2 was keratinocyte activation. Key event 3 is dendritic cell activation, and key event 4 is T cell proliferation. And then there's the adverse outcome of allergic skin inflammation after a challenge. The application of the AOP was also in alignment with the Toxic Substances Control Act, Section 4H, which directs EPA on the reduction and replacement of animals for testing, as well as with the agency-wide initiatives promoting the development and the implementation of new approach methodologies. However, a reactive chemical such as phthalic anhydride was not a good example to showcase the application of the skin sensitization AOP. With the human and the in vivo animal evidence that phthalic anhydride is a sensitizer, the use of the AOP was not necessary for this type of highly reactive chemical. And the problems with using the AOP and the in chemico and in vitro assays that support it include what EPA pointed out, the rapid hydrolyzation of phthalic anhydride in aqueous media to ophthalic acid, which is a non-sensitizer. So EPA appropriately, though, recognized these in chemico and in vitro assay limitations. Although a fraction of the phthalic anhydride may have hydrolyzed to the non-sensitizing phthalic acid, in the DPRA and the KDPRA, which were the protein reactivity assays. Sufficient reactivity remained to yield a strong sensitizer classification by the kinetic DPRA, which is the highest potency classification in this assay. Results in the available key event 2 assays, the keratinosins and the leucins, suggest that phthalic anhydride fall outside the applicability domain as well as hydrolyzing. Activation of the antioxidant response element -NRF2 pathway measured by these methods is generally associated with the interaction of sensitizers with cysteine nucleophilic centers, i.e. sulfhydryl groups. And the DPRA results showed that phthalic anhydride primarily reacts with lysine residues. So the EPA's conclusion that many of the in vitro results for key event 3 assays, including HCLAT and most USENS results, and the key event 2 assays, may represent false negatives due to the rapid hydrolysis of phthalic anhydride to its non-sensitizing form, and that was reasonable. However, positive responses were observed in guard skin and one of 3 USENS tests, which are key event 3 assays. Therefore, the hydrolysis of the parent compound doesn't fully explain the negative outcomes observed for some in vitro assays. The most sensitive sensitization, the most informative sensitization evidence for phthalic anhydride was for key event 4, which is test guideline, OECD test guideline 429, skin sensitization local lymph node assay, which is an in vivo assay that produced consistent results. Phthalic anhydride provided positive results in all 5 LNA tests, and the EC3 values for the 2 tests with point estimates were 0.616 to 0.36%. Positive results in the LNA were supported by other in vivo assays and case reports in human workers occupationally exposed to phthalic anhydride. Thus, based on the available information sources, the conclusion that phthalic anhydride is a skin sensitizer is well supported by the evidence available from both in vivo and human data. Now for our recommendations. Wherever tests can be used to classify phthalic anhydride as a United Nations globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals, subcategory 1A or 1B sensitizer, that subcategory classification should be included in the text for the purposes of providing a context to the result. That is, how potent is it? For example, the kinetic DPRA result in table 4.6 shows that phthalic anhydride is a UN subcategory 1A sensitizer, which is a strong sensitizer. The other in chemico and in vitro methods cannot provide such information, but UN GHS subcategory information can be derived from many of the LNA results in table 4.9 of the draft human health hazard assessment and for the guinea pig results in table 4.10. EPA should also consider generating an in silico sensitization prediction for phthalic anhydride using the automated workflow described in OECD Guideline 497, and these are for OECD Toolbox and or Derek Nexus, and also evaluating the substance within the integrated testing strategy framework, including consideration of potential UN GHS subcategorization where supported by the available data. Although this analysis is not expected to alter the overall skin sensitization conclusion or the point of departure derivation, it would provide an additional line of evidence by incorporating complementary, mechanistic, and predictive information from the in silico assessment. Discussion of these results would also demonstrate the application of an internationally recognized OECD framework for integrating NAM-based evidence into chemical evaluations. Regarding the discussion about the kinetic DPRA method, it should be clearly included that the prediction of this assay can be used in isolation for the classification of strong sensitizers. Now, this is what the guideline indicates. However, one of our discussants has personal experience with kinetic DPRA and the DPRA that indicates that these tests are not adequate for reactive substances, because any reactive substances will provide a positive result, whether they are skin sensitizers or not. Now, our next recommendation, the negative keratinosins, leucins, H-clat, and some eucins results should not be treated as equally reliable negative biological evidence. Instead, they should be described as method-limited results because the test systems are aqueous and they may rapidly convert phthalic anhydride to phthalic acid. For key event 2, EPA should indicate the results may be interpreted as outside of the applicability domain and inconclusive, given the evidence that phthalic anhydride reacts preferentially with lysine, and these tests operate with a cysteine moiety. Okay, now we have also have some specific edits to the test, and these are things like the UNGHS should be referenced. They provide us the citation for that? For instance, figure 4.1 should include a bubble with test guideline 406, which are the guinea pig methods. And so we have a few other simple edits with that for the text. But that concludes our comments for 12A.
Dr. Strickland. Oh, sorry, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Dr. Gentry, should I read the next part?
Well, I think to check with the associate discussants, see if they have anything to add, and check with the committee. So,
yes.
Dr. Kopp, you must have been
Yes.
having issues. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Lovato?
No comments. Everything was well summarized by Dr. Strickland. So yeah, perfect. Good for me.
Dr. Graham?
All of my comments were included. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Islas Robles?
Yes, thank you for Dr. Strickland for the good summary and also for the clear communication during the generation of the responses. I just wanted to highlight a little bit of the application of NAMs for this particular charge question. As you guys know, the agency has this requirement to provide reduction of animal testing whenever it is applicable. So I think that this is a very good test case, to put in perspective those results. From the NAMS perspective, as Dr. Strickland mentioned, this is mapping several of the key events in the AOP, and particularly for the skin sensitization endpoint, this is very well described. There are many assays that are validated and that are internationally recognized to predict the sensitization endpoint. Particularly, I wanted to share my screen very quick. Give me 1 second. Can you tell me if you are seeing a PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yes, just wanted to comment on the KDPRA.
But Dr. Islas Roberts, if you're going to share this one, you will have to send it to me to post it in the docket.
Sure, I'll send it, and it's just this slide.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to share anything, please send it to me first, and so that we have it ready to be posted in the docket. Thank you.
Okay, apologies for that. Anyway, coming back to the KDPRA, one thing to clarify, and this was already brought to attention to EPA, is that the prediction model is right now able to predict strong sensitizers versus not strong sensitizers. In their assessment, they indicated that results were positive, so just wanted to point out that this is the specific prediction that should be included in the report. Additionally, I am throwing here the comparison of the performance of the KDPRA in comparisons to LLNA human, and for reference also the predictivity of LLNA versus human. So looking at the results, again, I think that this piece of information is very important because the assay by itself is telling us that the material is reactive enough to be classified as a strong sensitizer. Talking about the other assays for other key events, unfortunately, there is also limitations of this assay, and EPA did a good job recognizing some of these, like the hydrolysis of the test material into a non-sensitizer, as well as the overall evidence. For key event 1, the DPRA assay, this is only able to predict reactivity, as was also mentioned in part of our response, but also provides very good information because it tells us that the material is mostly reactive with lysine. That deems the negative results obtained in the key event 2 outside of the applicability domain. And that is a very important piece of information because when we integrate the data for the point of departure derivation, this needs to be taken into this context. Again, it's great that this chemical has many lines of information and evidence that allow us to compare these NAMs to the actual assessment. So yes, this finished my comment. Just wanted to, again, emphasize that the NAMS application in this case is telling us exactly the same as the in vivo data for hazard assessment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's all of the discussants. Do we have any further comments from the remainder of the committee? Okay. So let's now turn to EPA. EPA, do you have any clarifying questions for us based on those responses?
EPA, Ashley Pepriel, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you for the comments.
Thank you, Dr. Pepriel. And now, are you going to read the next question for us?
Yes.
All right, you have the floor.
Thank you. All right, so charge question 12B, I'm going to read it into the record. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's use of the SARA-ICE model to drive the ED01 for purposes of risk characterization. In your response, please comment on EPA's decision to exclude key event 2 and key event 3 data due to concerns that these assays may be false negatives. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Strickland is our lead discussant again.
Thank you. So our responses to this charge question were a little long. So what I'm going to read now is a summary version. We will have more details in our written comments, but these are the main ideas behind our comments. So the issue for this charge question was we think the review of the available skin sensitization data and the draft human health hazard assessment for phthalic anhydride was thorough and thoughtful. The data were carefully evaluated for relevance and reliability, for contribution to the weight of evidence, for the skin sensitization potential, and input into the SARA-ICE model. The strengths and uncertainties of the SARA-ICE model for deriving the ED01 to use for dermal risk characterization of phthalic anhydride must be considered here, as well as whether EPA's decision to exclude key event 2 and key event 3 data was justified. These were the data that produced largely negative results. So, okay, here's our scientific rationale where we go into the strengths and the weaknesses of using the SARA-ICE model. Under strengths, we have 1, the SARA-ICE model can integrate skin sensitization data from multiple evidence streams, including in vitro, in vivo, in chemico, and provide a quantitative, NAM-based, and human-relevant point of departure for dermal sensitization. 2, EPA excluded lower quality or non-guideline compatible inputs from the model, including 1 DPRA and 2 LONAs, because they did not meet the appropriate technical criteria for quantitative use. 3, the Sarah Ice model can use as much or as little chemical-specific information as are available. Test Guideline 497 requires a minimum of 2 test methods that cover 2 key events of the adverse outcome pathway to support acceptable uncertainty for model results. 4, the Sarah Ice model predicts a human-based population potency metric so that no uncertainty factors need be applied. 5, EPA appropriately ran the model in 2 ways. First, with all of the available acceptable data, and second, excluding the suspected false negative key event 2 and key event 3 data. 6, application of Sarah Ice aligns with the Toxic Substances Control Act, Section 4H, which directs EPA on the reduction and replacement of animals for testing, as well as with agency-wide initiatives promoting the development and implementation of new approach methodologies, or NAMs, as per EPA's NAMs work plan. Okay, now I'm going to go to the uncertainties surrounding the Sarah Ice model for deriving EDO1 values for dermal risk characterization. So these are the ones that we identified. 1, all sources of variability are not accounted for in the model. For example, the vehicle for human predictive patch tests, the variability produced by the vehicle used. And this comes from Reynolds et al. Publication from 2019. Then also the statistical models used to describe the relationships between the various data types may not be the best possible models for this application. And that also comes from Reynolds et al. 2019. 3, the Sarah Ice output is affected by the limitations of the individual test methods used as inputs. 4, another uncertainty is that excluding the key event 2 and the key event 3 data removes mechanistic coverage from 2 parts of the AOP. However, the exclusion is reasonable as a chemical specific adjustment, but not as a general practice. And we have some sub-bullets under this item. The exclusion of the negative keratinocyte results was accompanied by scientific rationale, especially the fact that lysine reactive substances are likely to be negative in these tests. Thus, phthalic anhydride can be considered outside the applicability domain of the keratinocyte leucines, because the deeper provided evidence that phthalic anhydride was lysine reactive. So another sub-bullet, EPA explained that negative results in the HCLAT and keratinocytes were due to rapid hydrolysis of phthalic anhydride in an aqueous environment. However, other cell culture methods, specifically the U-cells and the guard skin, provided positive responses. So additional justification should be applied for excluding these data and the U-cells data. Another sub-bullet, given the other compelling evidence that phthalic anhydride is a skin sensitizer, the negative result obtained in the HCLAT assay may be reasonably regarded as a false negative. Now to number 5 under our uncertainties. The Sarah Ice estimate estimates the EDO1 could be as low as 2.6 micrograms per centimeter squared, or as high as 860 micrograms per meter squared, based on a 90% credible interval. Now, this seemed quite large, but to counter the uncertainty of this model, the assessment points to a real-world observational study from 1976 on factory workers. Boynton et al., which was a reference in the Graph Human Health Hazard Assessment, demonstrated that phthalic anhydride is a potent sensitizer when workers were exposed to a very low concentration. They had 0.1% and dissolved in acetone. And then 14% of the workers showed an allergic response. 6, under uncertainties, the Sarah Ice model, extended model, was presented in Appendix D of the draft Human Health Hazard Assessment for phthalic anhydride. It attempts to use the Sarah Ice to extrapolate to an EC value below 1% using the geometric means from the ED01, ED05, ED10, and ED20 distributions. And page 192 of that appendix states that no statistical model could be reliably fit for those. Consequently, EPA extrapolated from the geometric means and median values for each ED value, but conventional goodness of fit statistical tests could not be applied. EPA instead used qualitative visual inspection of plotted fits to assess the results. And extrapolation and then visual inspection of plots increase the uncertainty in the use of the model for this purpose. So our recommendations are next. EPA should justify why some test results were not quantitatively useful when the test methods were deemed to be adequately adhering to OECD test guidelines. The fact that metrics for cytotoxicity, such as IC50 or CV75, were not reported should not be a factor in determining whether the EC 1.5 values were useful for deriving the ED01 values using Sarah Ice. The Sarah Ice model can use partial information from a test, and we refer to Ranke et al. 2025 for that. Then section 4.2.1.1.3 of the draft Human Health Hazard Assessment for phthalic anhydride discusses the false negative H-clat results due to hydrolysis in an aqueous medium. And they also mention that there's a modified H-clat, which applies a shorter duration of exposure in liquid paraffin, which can improve the results for reactive chemicals. And this was indeed applied to phthalic anhydride by Narita et al. 2018. EPA should consider these results because phthalic anhydride was positive under the modified assay condition. So it should be considered for input into the Sarah Ice model to have coverage for key event 3 and derive a potentially more accurate POD. Our next recommendation is that EPA should present a sensitivity analysis for the POD. They did do 2 runs, one without the false positive in vitro data and one with the false negative in vitro data, and then with and without the false negative in vitro data. They had 2 runs, but we're suggesting more. For example, they should develop other PODs, including one with all the chemical and all the in vitro data, including USENS. And they should also develop a POD using only the in vivo LNA EC3 values. Then our next recommendation is, regardless of the compelling evidence that phthalic anhydride is a sensitizer, EPA should consider the Basketer and Kimber 2016 reference that was mentioned by public commenters. And then then we have a number of, again, small editorial suggestions, such as defining an acronym at first use and including a reference, which was not the White et al. Reference, which was not included in the reference list in the health hazard assessment. So that concludes our summary comments on 12B.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Strickland. And I think we have the same discussants for this particular topic, and we'll go to Dr. Lovato.
Hi. So no, she did an amazing job with all the comments and excellent. So yeah, nothing from me. So perfect.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Lovato. Dr. Graham?
Ditto, excellent job, Dr. Strickland, and she included all of my comments.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Graham. Dr. Islas Robles?
Very good summary from Dr. Strickland. Just wanted to reemphasize that for the SACC model, the requirement is to cover 2 key events, and it has been shown that the key events, as soon as they are 2, the predictability should be similar. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. So, Dr. Strickland, you evidently did a wonderful job getting all of those comments together. So I really appreciate that. Now let's go to the committee to see if there are any further comments regarding this question. If there are not, we can go to EPA to see if we have any clarifications.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions. And we would encourage the committee to provide those references that they were mentioned with the report. Thank you.
Will do.
All right. Well, now we can get towards charge question 13.
I went away. Hi everyone, Ashley Pepperell, EPA. I'm going to read charge question 13 into the record. In section 2.3 of the draft consumer and indoor exposure assessment for phthalic anhydride and section 2.4.3 of the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for phthalic anhydride, EPA describes the approach used for evaluation of dermal exposure to phthalic anhydride. Relevant dermal exposure to phthalic anhydride is evaluated through dermal loading rather than dermal absorption. Dermal absorption is quantified for exposure estimates when the health effect is systemic. However, due to the conclusion that phthalic anhydride is a dermal sensitizer, i.e. induction of skin sensitization, it's a local effect rather than a systemic one, dermal loading was estimated for phthalic anhydride and not dermal absorption. In the occupational dermal exposure assessment of solid form phthalic anhydride, EPA determined that there are no chemical-specific dermal loading data available and subsequently identified 2 studies that reported potential surrogate dermal loading data for substances and occupational activities similar to phthalic anhydride, UK-IOM 2003 and Lancik et al. 1996. As documented in the draft risk evaluation in section 4.3.2.2, occupational risk characterization, EPA compared the strengths and limitations of both the Lancik and Houston studies and concluded that the dermal loading data from Lancik is more applicable for the occupational assessment of phthalic anhydride based on similarities of physical chemical properties and the relevance of worker activities. In the occupational and consumer dermal exposure assessments of phthalic anhydride in liquid formulations, EPA determined that there were no chemical-specific dermal loading data available and subsequently identified potential surrogate dermal loading data measured from experiments of rag handling, i.e. the wipe scenario, and full immersion, according to US EPA 1992. Dermal loading data from the rag handling / wipe scenario were used to represent exposures from non-spray liquid product applications, and dermal loading data from the immersion scenario were used to represent exposures from spray applications. Further, EPA identified a summary of available dermal loading data for various substances and activities, including both spray and non-spray applications of paint and coating materials, by Marquardt et al. 2006. EPA concluded that the dermal loading data from US EPA 1992 were representative of the dermal exposure scenarios addressed for phthalic anhydride, and the data summary of Marquardt et al. 2006 supports this preliminary conclusion. Next slide, please. So charge question 13A. Please comment on the relevance of the dermal loading values from the Lancik and colleagues study in 1996 in the context of their use in evaluating dermal exposure from contact with solids for occupational exposure scenarios. In your response, comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the Lancet 1996 dermal loading values as compared to the Hewson et al. 2003 dermal loading values. Please include in your response any additional studies or information to inform dermal loading from contact with solids. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that into the record for us. And now we can turn to our lead discussant, Dr. Samuel.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking the EPA for their work on this topic of dermal loading. It's a challenging topic, and just wanted to express my appreciation for the expansion of the methods that the agency has been considering since other recent risk evaluations. So it's much appreciated by the committee. So with respect to this particular charge question 13A, the primary issue identified by the EPA is the need to address the strengths and weaknesses of the use of the dermal loading values from the Lansink et al. 1996 study specifically, and as compared that study to the Hewson et al. 2003 study, as well as other available relevant literature. So the committee has attempted to prepare a summary of that review for the agency. First, the two primary studies with quantitative dermal loading data that were evaluated and compared by the EPA to estimate the loading of solids onto the skin for the purposes of assessing exposure potential to phthalic anhydride in the solid form were, of course, this Lancet et al. 1996 study, and second, UK IOM 2003, which is also referred to as Hewson et al. 2003. Lansing et al. 1996 conducted a field study in paint factories using cotton gloves as surrogate skin. Workers wore 100% cotton gloves with cuffs covering the hands and part of the forearms during activities such as collecting raw material, manual weighing, manual dumping, and collecting or removing empty bags. Comparatively, Hewson et al. Was primarily conducted in a controlled laboratory study using moist wipes on bare skin. The volunteers performed multiple simulated activities, including immersing their hands in zinc oxide or zinc dust, repeatedly contacting contaminated surfaces, or dumping zinc oxide bags. And I should mention too that the specific material that was evaluated in Lansing was another particulate. I'm trying to calcium carbonate was what was evaluated, and both were in powder form in each study. For the occupational powder handling tasks in a field environment, Lansing et al. Reported higher estimates of dermal dust loading. That is up to 0.57 milligrams per square centimeter for collection of raw material, up to 0.56 milligrams per centimeter squared for handling empty bags, and up to 1.6 milligrams per square centimeter for manual dumping and mixing. These values are higher than those reported by Hewson et al. For comparable handling scenarios. For Hewson, they reported up to 0.18 milligrams per centimeter squared for manual dumping and up to 0.40 milligrams per square centimeter for contact with a dusty surface. Although the ranges from the two studies somewhat overlapped with each other, Lansing et al. Had higher upper bounds, specifically for the immersion scenarios evaluated. So first, the strengths of the Lansing et al. 1996 study. The discussants agreed that using the higher estimates of dermal dust loading from Lansing et al. Would produce more protective estimates of dermal chemical loading. Although, if the immersion tests are included, the Hewson et al. Study reported much higher extreme values, specifically 0.39 to 0.94 milligrams per square centimeter for zinc oxide immersion and 3.75 to 6.41 milligrams per centimeter squared for zinc dust immersion. However, these were deliberate hand immersion experiments designed to identify practical maximum loading rather than typical occupational handling conditions. Hewson et al. Also stated that immersion represents, quote, extreme conditions which would not normally be encountered in industrial situations, end quote. Lansing et al.'s measurements are more relevant than the Houston's data to actual worker tasks. A strength of the Lansing study is that it provides empirical task-based estimates of dermal contamination under realistic working conditions and identifies important exposure determinants such as the number of bags handled, work practices, and process characteristics. Lansing values provide useful information on dermal exposures associated with handling powdered materials in an occupational setting. As EPA stated in lines 854 to 856 of the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment document, Lansing et al.'s surrogate material, which was calcium carbonate, is more relevant because it has a density closer to phthalic anhydride than zinc oxide does, while Houston et al. Reported that zinc oxide tends to agglomerate into larger particles and has relatively low skin adherence. And now for the uncertainties and limitations of the Lansing et al. 1996 study. First, a substantial uncertainty with using Lansing et al. Data is that the authors did not directly measure dermal loading in milligrams per square centimeter. Instead, they measured skin exposure mass to calcium carbonate with reported values in milligrams per activity or milligrams per day. EPA then converted these mass data into dermal loading values in milligrams per square centimeter by assuming an exposed surface area of 1,855 square centimeters, which is defined as hands plus 1/4 of the arms. And then behind this conversion is an implicit assumption that the entire exposed surface area is loaded or contaminated with dust once per day. However, if the same surface area is loaded or contaminated more than once per day, which is very likely because workers repeatedly contact raw materials in bags, EPA may underestimate the cumulative exposed surface area and overestimate the dermal dust loading per unit area. Further, if dermal dust loading across the surface area was not evenly distributed over the entire surface area assumed, which in practice is highly unlikely, then the specific loading on areas of the skin most likely to be in contact with the calcium carbonate, such as the fingertips, could actually have been a much higher exposure, making the EPA estimates an underestimate, which is particularly could have been a concern when assessing exposure to a potential sensitizer, since concentration of the substance on the skin is a major exposure factor. Additionally, the use of cotton gloves as a surrogate sampler introduces major uncertainty into the values reported by Lansing et al., particularly for a substance such as a powder, which may adhere to the cotton glove material in an unknown and entirely different manner than human skin. Multiple discussants noted that it has been documented that cotton fibers adsorb and retain more chemical residue than human skin, and that cotton glove dosimetry is typically assumed to overestimate dermal exposure. And there's a reference for that. Further, another discussant noted that at least 10 peer-reviewed studies cited here have reported that cotton gloves as a surrogate sampler are likely to considerably overestimate the adherence of many agents to human skin. And those 10 references will be provided. Another weakness of the Lansing study is that exposures were collected during a limited set of calcium carbonate handling tasks and may not be representative of other powders or materials, other work processes, or other exposure conditions. The study also did not evaluate how contamination changes over the course of a work shift or whether there is maximum loading that is reached or influences following repeated contacts with skin surfaces. Further, there was feedback provided during the SACC meeting that solid phthalic anhydride material can be used in a flake form rather than a powder form. And this is a very different solid form, which would significantly influence the potential for skin adherence of phthalic anhydride and make the assumption of powder exposure and adherence to the human skin significantly diminished or irrelevant. And now for the strengths of the Houston et al. 2003 study. Houston et al. Directly measured dermal loading in micrograms per square centimeter. The study used moist wipes on defined areas of bare skin with a 25 square centimeter template and divided the recovered mass by the sampled area to calculate surface loading. This sampling methodology helps to avoid any potential underlying assumptions and corresponding uncertainty behind the conversion. This may partially explain why Lansing et al. Led to higher estimates than Houston et al., and in any case, more directly characterizes what was able to be removed from the skin in human skin in vivo over a known surface area. Note that many of the findings of the Houston et al. Study were also reported in the peer-reviewed literature in Houston et al. 2005, which is cited here and is another strength of this study. Compared with Lansing, another strength is that Houston et al. 2003 provided greater insight into the mechanisms of dermal loading and the concept of practical maximum skin contamination over time. Houston measured contamination directly from skin and demonstrated that dermal loading may approach or reach a saturation level, with repeated contacts producing relatively little increase in loading beyond an initial accumulation phase. These findings suggest that cumulative measurements could overestimate typical daily skin contamination. These findings are also consistent with the weight of evidence in the peer-reviewed literature, as discussed in more detail below. And now for the uncertainties and limitations of the Houston et al. 2003 study. However, the Houston study was conducted under laboratory conditions using zinc oxide and zinc dust, involved relatively few subjects, and may not fully reflect the complexity of real-world occupational exposures. One discussant noted that there was feedback provided during the meeting that solid phthalic anhydride can be used also consistent with the concerns about the Lansing study in a flake form rather than a powder form, and that this difference may significantly influence the potential for skin adherence. Similarly, another discussant emphasized that the nature of the material, and especially its particle size, are important, and that even materials as similar as coal and coke, for example, act very differently. Particle sizes may also be important if a particle's toxicity is more a function of surface area than mass, which could be a particular factor here when evaluating the loading or concentration on the skin of a potential sensitizer. And now for the relevance of the Lansing and Houston studies relative to other dermal loading studies in the published literature. Additional information from the broader dermal exposure literature, supports the interpretation that dermal loading from solids is a dynamic process influenced by transfer efficiency, adhesion, removal, and skin saturation, rather than simple accumulation on the skin. Conceptual models developed by Schneider et al. Provide a good, and also transfer studies from Brower et al., which are all cited here, indicate that contact frequency, surface characteristics, particle properties, and removal processes all influence dermal contamination levels. Based on the weight of evidence in the published literature, both studies selected by EPA to represent dermal loading on the human skin surface are likely to be at the high end or upper bound range of the published measured values for solids measured on the skin. This selection may be reasonable to produce a health protective outcome, but is more likely to result in exposure estimates and therefore risk estimates that are not representative of typical measured exposures for solids on the skin surface in a wide variety of occupational and consumer scenarios. First, as noted above, cotton gloves as a surrogate sampler have been demonstrated to considerably overestimate the adherence of many agents to human skin. Second, in a review of 53 peer-reviewed studies evaluating dermal loading of solids on the human skin surface in vivo, using measurement methods that included skin wiping, skin washing, tape stripping, and fluorescent tracer methods, a large majority of dermal loading measurements on the human skin for solids were 1 milligram per centimeter squared or less, and were far more commonly measured in the micrograms rather than milligram per centimeter squared units. Soils were an exception to this general observation for dermal transfer and loading measurements, as well as immersion scenarios, which were often also characterized as maximum loading tests. For example, Dermal contact, specifically with mud or very wet soils, such as children playing in the mud, which could also be characterized at times as an immersion scenario, have resulted in mean dermal loading values in the range of 0.47 to 140 milligrams per square centimeter for these specific scenarios. Additionally, the mean hand immersion in metal powder, and specifically from the Houston study cited by EPA, was among the highest reported loading measurements across all studies and was the highest reported for all metals, with a mean immersion loading value of nearly 5 milligrams per square centimeter. Other powders, such as Tinopol powder, have also been evaluated and have demonstrated relatively more variability in dermal loading, although the reported dermal loading values were all below 1 milligram per square centimeter. Generally, for all of the materials for which reported measurements of the human skin surface were available for solid materials, including alkanolamines, PAHs, pesticides and fungicides, pharmaceuticals, fragrance residues, and resin acid, the range of dermal loading measurements was below or well below 1 milligram per square centimeter, and average loading values were closer to 1 microgram per square centimeter across all studies. And all of these studies are cited, and the citations will be provided. For occupational exposure scenarios specifically that evaluated loading on the human skin surface in vivo in real-world scenarios, dermal loading values from 31 occupational studies ranged from non-detect to 0.215 milligrams per square centimeter overall. The measurements for manufacturing and commercial processing encompass that range up to 0.215 milligrams per square centimeter, whereas for other materials, such as in agricultural settings, the transfer of pesticides or metals resulted in a range of between non-detect and 0.022 milligrams per square centimeter. For various other occupational settings, dermal loading values ranged from non-detect to 0.016 milligrams per square centimeter across the 10 additional studies. Of 8 studies that measured dermal exposures in non-occupational settings, again, for humans, the human skin surface in real-world scenarios, dermal loading and transfer values range from non-detect to 0.7 milligrams per square centimeter. However, the highest dermal loading values among non-occupational settings were observed among 4 studies that evaluated dermal transfer of soil associated with children playing or adult hobbies and recreational activities. Only one other non-occupational study reported an upper bound dermal loading value that exceeded 1 microgram per square centimeter, and this study assessed pesticide exposure from hand contact with household surfaces and resulted in a range of between non-detect and 0.56 milligrams per square centimeter. An upper bound loading value of 1 milligram per square centimeter is also consistent with recent research in the European Union that has been conducted by the TNO Institute for Earth, Life, and Social Sciences in the Netherlands. And this research was conducted in support of the development of the Dermal Advanced Reach Tool, or DART model, in which a value of 1 milligram per square centimeter was noted for solids as part of an analysis of maximum retention capacity on the skin surface. A number of peer-reviewed studies have also evaluated dermal loading on human skin following repeated contact specifically. A review of the published literature has indicated that repeated contacts with the human skin surface in vivo had a statistically significant effect on transfer in multiple studies, but only up to a certain number of contacts, typically between approximately 5 and 10 contacts. After this approximate number of contacts, studies generally reported that transfer amounts either leveled off or decreased. Similarly, the TNO reported that repeated contacts have indicated evidence of near linear increases in the dermal loading with repeated contacts, with the caveat that equilibrium will be reached after some unknown number of contacts, often over 6. Studies evaluating larger numbers of repeated contacts point to a similar trend that emerged over time with many additional repeated contacts. In a study funded by the EPA, Rhodes et al. 2001 found that upon repeated contacts with fluorescent tagged house dust, the transfer factor gradually decreased as the skin surface became loaded. Rhodes et al. 2001 also reported observing regular losses of particles back to the original contact surface and estimated that a minimum of 100 presses would be necessary to produce an equilibrium scenario. It was predicted that the final dermal transfer factor for this equilibrium might be approximately 15 to 20%. Overall, Rhodes et al. 2001 reported that loading of dust on the hands did not change linearly with the elevation in the number of contacts with the surface, but rather a pattern was observed where dust built up on the hands and then was deposited back onto the original surface. Similarly, Freeman et al. 2005 found that hand loading in children with chlorpyrifos was significantly correlated with applied concentrations, but that hand loadings after 1 hour of child activity were not significantly different, suggesting that the maximal hand loading was reached after less than 1 hour. Freeman et al. 2005 also reported no marked differences in dermal loading between 3 and 4 hours. And so for the recommendations from this group of discussants, overall, the group finds the use of the Lansing et al. Values to result in higher estimates of loading compared to other published data, including from the Houston et al. 2003 study. Lansing provides stronger evidence regarding workplace exposure conditions, whereas Houston provides stronger evidence regarding skin loading dynamics and potential saturation effects. One discussant noted that dermal loading values reported by Lansing et al. Remain relevant for evaluating occupational dermal exposure from contact with solids because they were derived from measurements collected during actual workplace powder handling activities. Several other discussants found the limitations and uncertainties of the Lansing et al. Study that may make it unsuitable for deriving exposure estimates in this risk evaluation. One discussant recommended that, when evaluated in the context of the broader evidence in the published literature, the values from the Houston study provide more representative values for the loading of powders onto the skin surface, given that they were collected from the human skin surface in vivo, and that they reported a range of values for a range of simulated activities, including values that represent upper bounds relative to the larger body of published literature. Although the study was a simulation, the measurements reported were consistent with studies that measured loading on the skin surface for a wide range of substances in both occupational and non-occupational scenarios. Another strength of the Houston study is that it considered the effects of repeated contacts on loading, and these results also appear to be consistent with the larger body of the published literature. It was also noted that the results of the Houston study have been reported in the peer-reviewed literature, although the specific study version cited by the EPA was for the original report and not the peer-reviewed study. Neither the Lansing study nor the Houston study are likely to provide representative estimates of exposure for non-powder loading on the skin surface. For larger solid surfaces, the EPA should consider reviewing and relying upon the other published studies of measured dermal loading for both occupational and non-occupational scenarios for more similar solid materials as described in the materials for phthalic anhydride specifically. And then finally, there are a couple of additional comments, first of which is one of the key considerations for phthalic anhydride was mediated skin and respiratory sensitization, which is the rate and amount of hydrolytic conversion of phthalic anhydride to phthalic acid. And this can be predicted using in silico tools such as Cadre SS. And also, for any chemical to induce skin sensitization, the key physiological step preceding the onset of molecular initiating event is penetration of the chemical into the viable epidermis. And then one minor editorial comment, which is that Houston et al. 2003, which is how the study is cited in the risk evaluation documents, should actually be cited as Houston and Cherry 2003. And that concludes the committee's comments. Thank you very much. I mean, just our group's comments, I should say.
Thank you, Dr. Simel. That was a heroic effort, and I appreciate you getting us through that. Let's see what any of the other discussants may have to say. And I believe we're going to Dr. Baker first.
Excellent work, Dr. Summel. Nothing more for me.
Great, thank you. Dr. Gadia?
This was very thorough, Dr. Samuel. Nothing more for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wright?
I also agree that this was a very good job, and the one limited comment that I made was fully incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Lee?
Okay, no more comments. She has done a wonderful job in summarizing my comments.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to the remainder of the committee. Any additional comments from the committee? Well, if there are none, again, Dr. Samuel, thank you very much. That was an excellent job, evidently. And let's see if EPA has any clarifying questions.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. EPA has no comments. Thank you.
Right. Well, then if EPA, if you can get us a reading of charge question 13B.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. I'm going to read charge question 13B into the record. Please comment on the relevance of the dermal loading values from US EPA 1992 in the context of their use in evaluating dermal exposure from contact with liquids for both occupational and consumer exposure scenarios. In your response, comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the US EPA 1992 dermal loading values as compared to the Marquardt et al. 2006 dermal loading values for both spray and non-spray exposure scenarios. Please include in your response any additional studies or information to inform dermal loading from contact with liquids. Thank you.
All right, and Dr. Samuel is again our lead discussant, so you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to the EPA for the question and for your work on this important topic. The issue identification here was that the agency is seeking input from the SACC on whether dermal loading estimates produced by the US EPA 1992 study, also referred to as the Sonali et al. 1992 study, for contact with liquids is how it compares to the Marquardt et al. 2006 study for spray and non-spray exposures, and if there were additional studies or information to inform dermal loading from contact with liquids. The two studies considered by EPA, first, the US EPA 1992 study, or Sonali 1992 study, and second, the Marquardt 2006 study, represent different kinds of evidence. US EPA 1992 measured liquid retention on the hands under controlled wipe rag handling and immersion conditions using oil-based liquids, while Marquardt et al. 2006 did not collect original data but synthesized task-based dermal exposure measurements from risk of derm underlying modeling input efforts and other workplace data sets, and derived default values for specific industrial scenarios based on that review. For non-spray liquid products, EPA used the US EPA's 1992 wipe rag handling values. In the consumer assessment, EPA selected 0.7 milligrams per square centimeter, 1.4 milligrams per square centimeter, and 2.1 milligrams per square centimeter for low, medium, and high intensity scenarios. Compared to tables 5 and 9 of the Marquardt et al. 2006 study, these values are consistent with the values in most cases, but they are not universally conservative for all non-spray liquid work. Notably, these values are lower than the Marquardt's reasonable worst case values for the brushing and rolling of relatively viscous liquids on on surfaces scenario, which is noted in table 9 of Marquardt 2006. For spray products, EPA used the US EPA 1992 immersion values. In the consumer assessment, EPA selected 1.3, 3.8, and 10.3 milligrams per square centimeter for low, medium, and high intensity spray scenarios. Compared to tables 5 and 9 of Marquardt et al. 2006, these values are consistent with the values in most cases, but they are not universally conservative for all spray liquid work. Notably, it is lower than Marquardt's reasonable worst case values especially for spraying marine anti-fouling paint scenario, and also the spraying large amounts of liquids, paints or cleaning products on large surfaces, both of which resulted in a typical exposure of 4.15 milligrams per square centimeter and reasonable worst cases of either 14 milligrams per square centimeter or 16.6 milligrams per square centimeter. So in terms of the strengths and uncertainties identified associated with the US EPA 1992 study, the discussants noted that the dermal loading values developed by EPA 92 remain relevant as screening level estimates for evaluating dermal exposure from contact with liquids, particularly if limited task-specific information is available. The study was designed to measure liquid on the hands following wiping, repeated contacts, and immersion scenarios. And the materials used were highly viscous and were all oils and therefore likely to be retained in greater quantities than less viscous materials. A strength of the EPA values is that they are based on direct measurements of human skin and demonstrate the importance of factors such as viscosity and prior skin contamination. However, limitations and uncertainties of this study include that it was based on only 4 subjects, that it evaluated a limited number of highly viscous non-aqueous liquids, and that it provided only rough order of magnitude estimates instead of specific exposure values for different activities. As a result, the EPA values are probably best considered as generic retention factors rather than broadly representative of workplace estimates. These values may oversimplify exposure because they do not account for any task-specific factors. Additionally, with respect to the relevance of EPA 1992 data to specific scenarios such as spray or non-spray scenarios, although phthalic anhydride itself is an oily substance, once it is combined into a complex mixture at varying weight fractions, at that point, other loading data, such as for spray painting specifically, are likely to be more relevant. And with respect to the strengths and uncertainties associated with the Marquardt et al. 2006 study, compared to the EPA 1992 study, Marquardt et al. 2006 provides a stronger basis for occupational exposure assessment because their dermal loading values were derived from workplace measurements. Marquardt et al. Developed task-specific dermal loading values for both spray and non-spray liquid applications and incorporated exposure determinants such as application method, quantity handled, duration, and process. For non-spray scenarios, the values distinguish between activities such as filling containers, mixing liquids, and brushing or rolling coatings. For spray scenarios, the study found that dermal loading can vary substantially depending on the spraying task, showing that spray applications are not best represented by a single default value. Overall, Marquardt's values are generally more applicable for occupational assessments because they are based on actual workplace measurements and reflect more exposures. However, this study also contains uncertainties. Marquardt's values have quite a bit of intra-task variability and may not always be applicable outside of the scenarios from which they were originally derived. For example, regarding the highest, quote, reasonable worst case exposure, end quote, values for liquids found in Table 5 on page 476 of the Marquardt study, the authors reported measurements of 13.4, 14.6, 16.6, and 119.5 milligrams per square centimeter of loading on the skin surface. EPA used the value of 16.6 milligrams per square centimeters in its sensitivity analysis for dermal loading of spray paints and coatings in Figure 4-6 of the draft risk evaluation for phthalic anhydride. According to the references included in Table 6 of the Marquardt study, all of these values were taken from a single study the Gisbers study, I apologize, I'm going to have to spell it, Gijsbers et al. 2004. These values, when reviewing this study, are for tasks including mixing marine and anti-fouling paints, spraying marine and anti-fouling paint, loading mixtures with liquid, filling containers with liquid products, and others. According to this study, the Gisbers study, in the methods section, the authors reported that dermal exposure of the hands and the whole body was measured, again, similar to Lansink et al., using cotton gloves without gauntlets and cotton pads. The authors also noted that the contamination on each of the pads was assumed to represent the contamination on a certain body area, which, based on the available literature, may overestimate exposure potential compared to direct sampling of the skin surface. Additionally, the results and discussion sections noted that the authors reported results in units of milligrams and micrograms per square centimeter per minute, but not in milligrams per square centimeter. These results are therefore more difficult to compare to the dermal loading results in the US EPA 1992 study, the purpose of which was specifically to evaluate the amount of liquid loading on the human skin surface. Interestingly, notwithstanding the values between 13.4 and 119.5 milligrams per square centimeter reported by Marquardt et al., in the study themselves, the authors in the remarks column on table 5 stated that, quote, 10 to 12 milligrams per square centimeter is usually considered to be the maximum retainable value, end quote, on the skin surface. This statement by Marquardt et al. Is also consistent with the reported high-end measurement value for immersion in liquids from the US EPA of 10.3 milligrams per square centimeter. And now with respect to relevance of other dermal loading studies in the published literature. Additional work from the broader dermal exposure literature, including Schneider et al. 1999 and Brower et al. 2000, as previously noted, further show that spray exposures are affected by application technique, by work practice, and by deposition mechanisms. Overall, Schneider, which is a conceptual framework, Semple, which is a task-based spray model, and Marquardt, which is an empirical task-specific default value review, provide justification for moving away from generic liquid retention factors towards scenario-specific dermal exposure assessment. Taken together, the evidence suggests that EPA 1992 remains useful for screening level assessments, whereas Marquardt et al. 2006 is likely preferred for occupational dermal exposure assessments involving liquids. It is also important to note that, based on the available information, dermal exposure to phthalic anhydride is most likely or more likely to be associated with solid forms rather than liquid forms. The EPA should consider the additional available references in the peer-reviewed literature in evaluating the most appropriate range of dermal loading values for contacts with liquids and sprayed products. In particular, a total of 8 peer-reviewed studies have measured dermal loading associated with spray painting activities specifically, and those 8 studies are cited in our comments. Spray painting is one of the most frequently evaluated tasks associated with dermal loading and, with dermal contact and also with liquids in the published literature. Central tendency dermal loading measurements for these studies varied widely depending on the properties and what was sampled in the studies. For example, for HDI, which is a diisocyanate, those values range from 1 times 10 to the minus 8 to 5 times 10 to the minus 6 milligrams per square centimeter during spray painting. Whereas for xylene and ethylbenzene, which often constitute a substantial portion of the formulation for paints and thinners, central tendency loading measurements range from 2.8 to 38 milligrams per square centimeter, although it should be noted that these measurements were collected using activated charcoal patches without any vapor correction, which is a method that is very likely to overestimate exposure to the human skin. One study also estimated the equivalent of 0.003 to 0.062 milligrams per square centimeter of total liquid paint loading based on measurements of residual aluminum on the skin from the paint, while another study measured 0.175 to 0.654 milligrams per square centimeter paint loading based on copper residue measurements on the human skin. These additional studies may be helpful for the EPA in considering exposures and the range of exposures during spray paint scenarios specifically. 4 additional studies in the peer-reviewed literature also measured dermal loading during contacting contaminated surfaces, with central tendency values ranging from 2.5 times 10 to the minus 5 to 1.6 milligrams per square centimeter, depending on the study. It is also important to note that performing a direct comparison of the liquid dermal loading values across various studies in the literature can be especially challenging due to significant influences from the sampling method that's used. For example, activated charcoal patches for volatile liquids versus cotton gloves or barrier sampling methods, or interception and removal methods, or fluorescent tracer methods, or tape stripping methods. The weight fraction will also significantly affect the sampling of the contaminant evaluated. Overall, across the 12 studies for spray painting in contact with contaminated surfaces, 3 of those studies reported central tendency measurements that exceeded 2.5 milligrams per square centimeter. Although for 2 of those 3 studies, the range of central tendency values for dermal loading of liquids also extended below 2.5 milligrams per square centimeter. Based on the data identified and assessed in the published literature and consistent with the upper bound value identified in the US EPA 2015's ChemSteer guidance, it appears relatively unlikely for dermal loading measurements to frequently exceed 2.5 milligrams per square centimeter as a central tendency, except in circumstances such as immersion of the skin in a viscous liquid, or as we've seen in a metal powder. As a result, the lower bound data from these studies should also be considered by EPA in developing an appropriate range for dermal liquid loading. As part of this analysis, the agency could also review and consider the typical case exposure values in the Marquardt et al. 2006 study, which, for example, are in the range of 0.0014 to 0.055 milligrams per square centimeter for activities such as filling of spray guns with paint, car body spraying with liquid paint, and mixing small quantities of biocide solutions. Such an analysis is likely to be helpful for considering the applicability of the sensitivity analysis performed by the agency for the range of liquid loading values and the weight fractions across the various products containing phthalic anhydride, particularly if a probabilistic analysis is considered. Specifically, liquids that result in dermal exposure for workers and consumers are variable in intensity and opportunity. The estimated non-spray application may be between 0.1 and 25%, with most having 10% concentration, as reported in the risk evaluation documents. And spray paint products for aerosol application have approximately the same concentrations as the non-spray products. Data involving immersion of the skin should also be used with caution if attempting to extrapolate to non-immersion scenarios. According to relatively recent research in the European Union, again from the TNO Institute for Earth, Life, and Social Sciences in the Netherlands, again in support of the research done by that agency for development of the dermal art model, the agency notes that, quote, an approximate 3-fold increase in skin loading, ranging from 2 to 10-fold when considering factors ranging from water-like to oily properties, can be expected during immersion of the hands compared to non-immersion skin contact associated with relatively high skin loadings, which they define as 1 milligram per square centimeter or 1.15 times 10 to the third film thickness. 0.00115 film thickness, excuse me. It is also important to note to consider whether exposures via the inhalation and dermal routes are additive or cumulative. This issue should be addressed by EPA for workers who are expected to be chronically or repeatedly exposed, thereby renewing the physiological cascade in response to exposure. EPA may also wish to consider partitioning inhalation exposures to consider both respirable and non-respirable fractions, since the former exposes the lungs while the latter primarily affects the gut through the mucociliary transport from the upper airways. The Risk of Derm EU project presents a wide array of exposure scenarios and a range of chemicals. The project considered both and attempted to group common processes which would result in common exposures. For example, in Table 9, spreading of viscous liquids could be affected by characteristics of the liquid, such as thickness, volatility, final consistency, soft plastic, hard surface, thin coating, etc. And overall, this is a thorough compilation of possible scenarios. The Marquardt et al. 2006 data were directly prepared for use in the Risk of Derm model, so it is useful for EPA to consider these data with the caveat that when the physical chemical properties of specific substances are considered or mixtures are involved, that these differences can result in substantial variabilities in dermal loading, even for the same activities. With respect to this specific risk evaluation for phthalic anhydride, multiple discussants indicated that it may be more useful to apply the EPA 1992 approach to estimate possible dermal loading, since the consistencies, compound characteristics, and retention on the skin are considered with different viscous liquids as models. And finally, the nature of the actual workplace or environment in which phthalic anhydride containing products will be used is important. EPA states that spray coating is typically conducted within enclosed areas with ventilation controls as specified in a NESHAP regulation 40 CFR Part 63. However, for surface coating operations, that regulation applies only to motor vehicles, mobile equipment, and coatings containing certain hazardous air pollutants, not including phthalic anhydride. Plenty of spray painting takes place in the open air with potential exposure to ONUs. Conversely, sophisticated users of phthalic anhydride containing substances may have controls in place that far exceed those which are typical in motor vehicle operations, and especially when the risk of exposure to sensitizers exists. And so for the recommendations from our group, first is that the EPA should review the additional available peer-reviewed literature related to measured dermal loading for liquids during spray painting and liquid contact with human skin to identify a more appropriate lower bound loading value than the 0.7 milligram per square centimeter value currently identified in the agency's sensitivity analysis. And second, in addition to US EPA 1992, the EPA should evaluate the representativeness, plausibility, realism, and probability of the Marquardt et al. Upper bound exposure scenario data and measurements and limitations, and include high exposure scenarios as a sensitivity analysis if appropriate. The EPA already appears to do this in Figure 4-6 of the draft evaluation for phthalic anhydride, where they already included an upper bound value of 16.6 milligrams per square centimeter directly from the Marquardt et al. 2006 study. However, interestingly, they did not include this value in all figures, such as figures 4-4 and 4-5, and it's not entirely clear the reasons for the difference. However, the reported values that were higher than 10.3 milligrams per square centimeter, i.e. those that came from Marquardt et al. 2006 for liquid loading, these appear to have been collected using cotton glove surrogate samplers, and the results reported were in units of milligrams and also micrograms per square centimeter per minute, and are therefore difficult to compare directly to measurements of general liquid loading or volume on the skin surface in human skin in vivo. As a result, the values of 14, 16.6, and 4.15 milligrams per square centimeter cited in sections 4.1.1.4, Figure 4-6, and section 4.3.3.1 of the draft risk evaluation for phthalic anhydride may not be the most appropriate or relevant values to include and should be carefully checked by the EPA before inclusion. Additional explanation should also be added regarding relevance if they are retained in the risk evaluation. And the final recommendation is that EPA should consider the potential for cumulative and/or additive effects of inhalation and dermal exposures, especially for workers. As pointed out in the phthalic anhydride draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment, the degree of contact will vary for workers according to their proximity and specific assignments. And finally, the last recommendation is that for evaluating dermal loading of spray products, EPA used the US EPA 1992 immersion values. However, given the weight of evidence in the published literature for measured dermal loading during paint spraying and the findings of the TNO 2018 study, it is recommended that the EPA reconsider its approach to estimating dermal loading for spray products and select a more representative value or range for the dermal loading based on the published literature. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for getting that into the record for us. Let's now turn to your associate discussants. Again, Dr. Baker.
Thank you. Nothing more from me.
Dr. Garcia.
Nothing more from me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
Thank you. That was another heroic performance.
Dr. Graham.
I believe it's Dr. Ottinger.
Okay, my list may be erroneous.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't on that one.
I called on you when I wasn't supposed to, Dr. Graham. Dr. Ottinger.
Wonderful job. Thank you very much.
And my list has Dr. Lee.
Yes, this is Lee. So wonderful job. I don't have any additional comments.
Those are all of the discussants I have listed. So, Dr. Samuel, again, you've done an excellent job as usual. Let's turn to the remainder of the committee to see if there are any other comments. If there's not, we can go to EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions for us.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. No additional comments. Thank you.
Very nice. Before we go to the next charge question, I want to ask a question of Dr. Baker. Are you're able to stay with us for another 25 minutes or so? Is that correct?
I am, and I'm not on the next one, so perfect.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Baker has an important job to do related to toxic substances. Let's proceed if we can get the next charge question read into the record, please.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. I'm going to read charge question 13C into the record. In section 4.3.3 of the draft risk evaluation for phthalic anhydride, EPA presents a dermal exposure sensitivity analysis demonstrating the impact of varying the weight fraction and dermal loading values on resultant consumer dermal risk estimates. Please comment on the additional characterization or sensitivity analyses that may inform interpretation of consumer risk estimates. Thank you.
All right, thank you for getting that into the record for us. And our lead discussant is Mr. Wright.
Thank you. And let me say this will be mercifully short. The analysis performed by EPA is appropriate. It directly addresses the interaction of the two dominant determinants of consumer dermal risk. Number one is phthalic anhydride weight loading, and number two is liquid spray product dermal loading. It is useful and should be retained. However, one potential caveat to the current deterministic approach is that the results could be subject to compounding, yes, that's the right word, compounding conservatism, or the selection of upper bounds for all inputs, which could lead to unrealistic or highly unlikely results. EPA should consider a probabilistic or semi-probabilistic approach rather than, or in addition to, a deterministic low, medium, high matrix. in order to get a range of more realistic values. In the current matrices, deterministic pairing can overstate or understate the plausibility of particular combinations. For example, a high weight fraction and high dermal loading may not always occur simultaneously for the same product, use pattern, or application method. A Monte Carlo analysis using distributions for weight fraction, product amount, dermal loading, and use method would allow EPA to estimate the probability that the margin of exposure is below 1, not simply whether certain combinations can cross that benchmark. This is especially important because EPA states that the scenarios span the upper and lower ends of the exposure distribution, but also acknowledges that it does not know the fraction of consumers for whom each scenario is relevant. In addition, given the additional literature provided by the SACC for spray painting and the contact of the skin with liquids as described in the response to charge question 13B, EPA should consider a more representative lower bound for the dermal liquid loading based on these studies and use it in a probabilistic sensitivity analysis to achieve a more realistic range of exposure results for the risk estimate. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. That was not nearly as long as some others, but that's not always required. So thank you for getting that into the record. Let's turn to your associate discussants. Dr. Garcia?
No comments. Thank you.
Dr. Samuel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. No comments, no additions from me.
Dr. Lee?
Thank you so much. Nice job. I don't have any additional comments.
Are there additional comments from the remainder of the committee? And then let's turn to EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions that you have for us. Do we have an EPA responder?
Sorry for the delay. This is Karen Eisenreich at EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Eisenreich, while you folks have the floor, and I'm not pushing for anything, I'm just procedurally seeing if there are any responses to any questions or any clarifications that you have for us at this time.
This is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We are not aware of anything else that needs clarification at this point.
That's my understanding too. I just want, I will keep circling back every half of every midpoint and end of every half day just to make sure.
Okay, no problem.
And then committee members, are there any topics that before we take a lunch break, are there any topics we need to circle back to? Any additional comments, any questions that we need to get onto the floor before we proceed? I see Dr. Ottinger.
I just want to introduce a term that would be helpful for the model that Dr. Wolf has presented. And we've kind of circled around but not discussed. And that's the idea of molecular as well as any kind of measurement endpoints. And oftentimes, if they're in response to a toxicant, they're termed exposomics. So I just wanted to introduce that term.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ottinger. Mr. Wright?
Yeah, this is a comment that could really go with any part of the occupational analysis, including the one in section 14. EPA has always tried to do these analyses of how long a worker works at a particular task, what a task looks like, the way sampling is done for a task, the way you define an ONU in a particular occupation, the way you define a worker in a particular occupation. Those things are all relevant to an understanding of the particular operation that you're analyzing. But EPA has really, as far as I know, has never made any visits to any of the plants that at least they have considered as long as I've been on the SACC. I think it would be very useful if they did so. I've raised this before, and I know the arguments against it, that it costs resources and costs time. But given that we're looking at thousands of pages of analysis for any one of these chemicals, it seems to me that the time could be found for a little bit of up close and personal observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I agree with your comments. Let's see if there are any other comments from the committee. If not, I think we may be a few minutes early, but probably this is a good time to break for lunch. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Kamal to see if there are any issues that need to come up before we break for lunch. And I think that would be an hour, correct, Dr. Kamal?
It will be an hour, yes. So 12:16, then we come back at 1:16.
Excellent, thank you. And thanks to
Thank
all
you.
of the EPA presenters and all of the leads for keeping us on schedule. I got us behind schedule with discussions, and you got us right back on schedule. So I really appreciate that. Thanks to everyone. Before we get started, Dr. Apti.
I'm here.
Dr. Fong.
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Baker.
I'm here.
Dr. Chason.
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Fox.
Hello, here.
Dr. Gentry.
I'm here.
I'm glad you're here because you're supposed to be presiding soon. Dr. Graham.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Good. Glad to see you. Dr. Lee.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Merced Nieves.
Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Yeah, now I'm here.
Ms. Jenkins, I think I skipped you.
I think so too. I'm here.
I am
Thank you.
very sorry.
That's okay.
Almost my closest neighbor for this call. If it weren't for Dr. Lovato, you would be my closest neighbor.
Yes, yes.
Sorry to miss you. And then Dr. Presbala.
I'm here.
Dr. Rubin.
Here.
Dr. Samuel.
Sorry about that. I'm here.
Mr. Wright.
I'm here.
Dr. Garcia.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Islas Robles.
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Carmouse.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. LaRocca. Dr. LaRocca.
I see her
Dr.
video,
Lam-
but her
We
microphone's not
see her on
working.
camera, but maybe she's muted.
Okay, maybe there's a problem. Okay. Dr. Lovato.
I'm here.
Dr. Pandiri. Dr. Pandiri. think he had to step away at some point today. Dr. Rager,
I'm here.
Dr. Schlenk,
Here.
Dr. Shao,
I'm here.
Dr. Strickland,
Here.
Dr. Wolf, Dr. Wolf. There's Doug. Okay, and let's see, I think that's everybody, unless I missed Dr. Ottinger, but I think I got her before I realized my mistake on Ms. Jenkins.
I think we missed Dr. Lee.
No, I think.
I'm here for what it's
Yeah,
worth.
no, he called him.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're all set.
Right in that transition there. Okay, so that's the roll. Thanks everybody for chiming in. Let's see if there are any follow-up comments or things that we did not get to, or things that our committee members want to get on the record before we proceed to the next charge question. Okay, if there are no other items, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gentry, who's going to lead us through the next few charge questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is Robin Ann Gentry. I guess I will turn it over to the EPA to read in charge question 14A.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. Thank you, Dr. Gentry. I'm going to read in charge question 14. In section 4.3.1 of the draft human health hazard assessment for phthalic anhydride, EPA discusses the weight of scientific evidence for effects of phthalic anhydride following inhalation exposure. EPA applied AOP 39, i.e. covalent binding protein leading to increased allergic respiratory hypersensitivity response, which describes the mechanistic pathway characteristic of respiratory sensitization as an organizing framework in section 4.3.1 to integrate evidence from multiple streams of evidence, including mechanistic data from in chemico and in vitro assays for the potential for exposure to phthalic anhydride to result in respiratory sensitization, according to Haggerty et al. 2024 and Sullivan et al. 2017. As discussed in section 4.3.1.2, evidence integration conclusions, EPA integrated evidence from multiple key events within AOP 39 to conclude that phthalic anhydride is a respiratory sensitizer. In section 4.3.1.3, the dose response assessment, EPA considered candidate PODs for input into the draft risk evaluation and selected the proposed inhalation POD from a study of exposed workers with symptoms consistent with respiratory sensitization by Nielsen et al. 1988, including increased prevalence of asthma and rhinitis in parallel with increased serum-specific IgG antibodies. EPA considered evidence to inform the extent of human variability and uncertainties of the endpoint in the key study by Nielsen et al. 1988, selected for the draft POD in the options described in section 4.3.1.3.1 and Appendix E, dosimetric analyses of phthalic anhydride exposures, as well as in Appendix E, draft risk G, the draft risk evaluation for phthalic anhydride as it relates to risk estimates. Next slide, please. Charge question 14A. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary weight of scientific evidence conclusion that phthalic anhydride is a respiratory sensitizer. In your response, please comment on EPA's application of AOP 39 as an organizing framework.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And I believe Dr. Wolf is our lead discussant on this question. We can't hear you, Dr. Wolf, or at least I can't.
am I, no,
Now I can hear
okay.
you.
Okay, and now I have to change this to headset. Okay, I was on the wrong thing.
Okay.
Sorry. All right, off we go. The key issue is EPA's preliminary weight of evidence conclusion that phthalic anhydride is a respiratory sensitizer, and whether the adverse outcome pathway for respiratory sensitization, AOP 39, provides a appropriate framework for organizing the available data for the respiratory sensitizing potential of phthalic anhydride. Also of interest is whether the AOP was applied appropriately in section 4.3.1.1 of the draft human health assessment. There was substantial evidence that phthalic anhydride is a skin sensitizer, and thus it would make sense that other surface epithelium may be subject to an allergic response from exposure, although there is at least one publication that suggests that it's not as common a sensitizer as one might think, and we're providing that reference as well. EPA's conclusion that phthalic anhydride is a respiratory sensitizer is scientifically well supported and unlikely to change with additional data, but the use of the AOP should be viewed as supportive rather than determinative, with clear limitations in mechanistic determination and quantitative applicability. OECD Wiki AOP 39 describes the key event relationships that result in a respiratory system allergic response. There is evidence the human respiratory system can be exposed to phthalic anhydride vapors. The agency clearly articulated the steps described as key events for the adverse outcome of a respiratory hypersensitivity response. Each key event was further described as being operative from exposure of the test systems to phthalic anhydride. The agency made a thorough and convincing argument for all the key events and that the adverse outcome could occur. The presented animal studies are helpful in confirming the in vitro assay system interpretations, suggest that in the future, following the AOP and using the appropriate in vitro studies may be sufficient to indicate that a respiratory allergic response could occur with sufficient exposure. Unfortunately, the in vitro studies did not have sufficient dose response data. Thus, the in vivo studies were still needed for dose response characterization. It is hoped that as the in vitro approaches become standard practice, greater attention to dose response characterization in addition to hazard identification will become routine. EPA's use of AOP 39 is scientifically appropriate as an organizing framework because phthalic anhydride is a reactive, low molecular weight chemical that can covalently bind to proteins. AOP 39 begins with a covalent protein binding, followed by inflammatory media release, dendritic cell activation and maturation, T cell activation and proliferation, and ultimately allergic respiratory hypersensitivity upon re-exposure. EPA correctly used AOP 39 to organize evidence across these mechanistic steps, while also noting that AOP 39 is still under development and has not yet been formally endorsed by OECD. The evidence for key event 1 is particularly strong. Phthalic anhydride was positive in 3 of 3 assays relevant to covalent protein binding, including 2 DPRA assays and 1 kDPRA assay. This is important because covalent binding to proteins is the molecular initiating event for respiratory sensitization and is biologically plausible for an anhydride compound. EPA also identified support for key event 3 using respiratory sensitization NAMs. Phthalic anhydride was positive in GARD air with a mean decision value of 4.96, where values above 0 are classified as sensitizers. One ALI sense assay was also positive with CD86 expression above the 1.5-fold threshold. Overall, 2 of 3 key event 3 assays supported respiratory sensitization. For key event 4, EPA relied on a respiratory LLNA type mouse study. In that study, male bulb C mice were exposed by nose-only inhalation to measured phthalic anhydride concentrations of 4.2 plus or minus 1.5 milligrams per cubic meter. EPA considered the result positive for key event 4 because lymphocyte proliferation occurred in mandibular lymph nodes, with some animals reaching a stimulation index of at least 3. Cytokine changes were also observed, including increases in IL-4, IL-10, and interferon gamma. The evidence of adverse outcomes is also strong. EPA identified consistent occupational evidence of work-related asthma or respiratory symptoms in multiple studies. 2 medium-quality studies and additional low-quality studies provided evidence of immediate, late, or dual asthmatic reactions. Increased phthalic anhydride HSA specific immunoglobulin G antibodies reported in Nielsen et al. Studies. Positive skin pricks tests were reported in several studies, and Winfors et al. Reported positive bronchial provocation after short-term phthalic anhydride exposure in sensitized volunteers. Animal evidence further supports the conclusion. 6 animal studies, including guinea pig, mouse, and rat studies, reported respiratory and/or immune effects following phthalic anhydride inhalation. Several studies included both induction and challenge phases, which is important because respiratory sensitization is a biphasic process. Reported effects included changes in breathing rate, lymphocyte proliferation, lung histopathology, and increased phthalic anhydride specific antibodies. The main uncertainties are not enough to overturn EPA's conclusion, but they should be clearly acknowledged. First, AOP 39 is not as mature or as well established in regulatory terms as the OECD skin sensitization AOP. Second, there are not fully validated regulatory in vivo or in vitro test methods for identifying respiratory sensitizers. Third, the human occupational studies include potential co-exposures to other respiratory sensitizers, such as maleic anhydride and TMA, variable respirator use, and limited control for confounders such as smoking, age, and sex. The strengths of this approach, EPA's conclusions that phthalic anhydride as a respiratory sensitizer is well supported and consistent with long-standing hazard classifications using strong evidence, primarily robust occupational epidemiology and case reports that looked at over decades. EPA's application of AOP 39 is a notable strength in terms of transparency and systematic weight of evidence approach as an organizing framework by documenting the potential mechanistic progression of a low molecular weight chemical from initial exposure to clinical manifestation. Key event 1 is satisfied by in silico structure-activity relationships in vitro assays. The animal models and the Nielsen et al. Worker study definitively satisfy the downstream key event such as key event 4, and the final adverse outcome. In using AOP 39, there is clear biological plausibility linking chemical reactivity to immune sensitization. The formation of protein adducts capable of immunogenicity, Th2 skewed immune responses, production of PA-specific IgE and IgG, and evidence of dendritic cell activation with cytokine changes. The conclusion is consistent with the available data. AOP 39 was used to organize the available skin sensitization data for phthalic anhydride. It provides an appropriate evidence-based structural framework to organize the available respiratory sensitization data from multiple types of tests, including in chemico, in vitro, and in vivo. Such organization shows that phthalic anhydride activated KEs 1, 3, and 4 and produced adverse outcomes. In section 4.3.1.1 of the draft Human Health Assessment, EPA accurately applied AOP 39. The data were meticulously organized by key event of the AOP so that the evidence for the activation for each key event could be transparently evaluated and compared with one another. The organization of the tests by key event were scientifically justified, and tests were evaluated to interpret the results. The preliminary weight of evidence conclusion of that phthalic anhydride as a respiratory sensitizer was adequately justified using the AOP framework. And is consistent with that of other regulatory agencies. Although animal data are more limited and less standardized, they are supportive where available. Some of the uncertainties, AOP 39 is not the critical evidence stream. It is supportive and organizational. The organizing framework of AOP 39 has not yet been endorsed by the OECD or any regulatory agencies. And as an aside, this effort that we're going into in this approach that the agency has done perhaps could become a case study to submit to the OECD IATA program. The test methods used by EPA to evaluate whether phthalic anhydride is a respiratory sensitizer are not standardized test methods for regulatory use. No such methods exist. While AOP 39 establishes qualitative links between key events, it lacks validated quantitative exposure-response relationships. The EPA cannot easily model how a specific level of protein binding or epithelial activation mathematically translates into a specific probability of clinical asthma. This forces reliance strictly on traditional epidemiology for the point of departure rather than modeling a mechanistic threshold. And that's probably where developing more dose response evaluation and relating that to the in vivo concentration using airflow models might be helpful in making that transition away from having to do the animal studies as well as the excessive costs and of epidemiology studies. AOP 39 is not substance specific. Non-IgE or irritant-driven pathways are less clearly represented. It can be difficult to separate purely irritant-induced respiratory symptoms, such as non-immunological actions on the proteins, from true immunologically mediated sensitization, particularly at higher occupational exposure peaks. While specific IgG antibody titers help prove an immune response occurred, they do not perfectly correlate with the severity of the respiratory symptoms across all individuals. AOP 39 has a biased data interpretation toward expected mechanistic pathways. Mapping in vitro endpoints to respiratory sensitization key events involves assumptions and extrapolation. Compared to dermal sensitization, AOP 40, which I think is discussed next, the respiratory AOP has less empirical validation and lacks standardized assays for several key events. In addition, many in vitro assays were originally developed for skin sensitization and have an uncertain predictive value for respiratory outcomes. AOP 39 is largely qualitative. It does not define exposure thresholds or predict potency or dose response. This limits its use for risk assessment beyond hazard identification. There are limited validation and specificity of AOP 39 with reliance on non-respiratory specific assays and gaps in quantitative linkage across key events. As far as recommendations, there's some specific and some general ones based on the full reading of the document and not just focusing on this particular AOP 39. EPA should more clearly separate the strength of the hazard conclusion from the limitations of the framework. The hazard conclusion is strong, but AOP 39 should be described as a useful organizing framework rather than a fully validated regulatory testing strategy. EPA should also more clearly discuss co-exposure uncertainty in the worker studies and explain why evidence from the phthalic anhydride specific antibody helps distinguish phthalic anhydride sensitization from nonspecific respiratory irritation. To improve the final risk evaluation, EPA should explicitly address the quantitative thresholds between key events and ensure that the dosimetric back calculations in Appendix G transparently differentiate between the exposures that cause induction versus those that trigger elicitation of asthma symptoms. Future use of AOP 39 would be appropriate to structure mechanistic data, support biological plausibility, and demonstrate concordance across evidence stream. But AOP, I believe, that we mean 39 here, is less appropriate for driving hazard conclusions independently, discriminating among subtypes of sensitization and used for quantitative risk assessment. There are some general and specific comments line by line, which are included. I did want to mention one comment, general comment. A number of in vivo studies were thoroughly reviewed by the agency. However, many of them were designed with dose setting above what is currently considered the limit dose of 1,000 milligrams or 1 gram per kilogram per day. And for those who do not, in the audience, do not work much in animal studies, 1 gram per kilogram per day for a human would be about 80 grams, which is almost the amount of protein we should eat each day, or more than 4 times the lethal dose of acetaminophen. While all data should be reviewed, these particular studies provide little value with effects above the current globally accepted limit dose. It would seem that better triage by eliminating the deep review of these older studies with excessively high doses would not diminish the scientific rigor of the document and save time by the EPA reviewers in writing the documents without diminishing the quality of the science. This approach would be consistent with using the best available science and the stated gold standard science because there is an international agreement on the limit dose of 1,000 milligrams per kilogram per day. Thus, using the most modern approaches for data interpretation and relevant data selection conforms to those 2 directives. As I say, there were some specific comments about key events and some typos, which will be in the report, but don't necessarily, not needed to talk about now. So that's all we had to say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wolf. We will check with your associate discussants to see if they have anything to add. Dr. Strickland?
Thank you. I have nothing to add. That was a great summary.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Baker?
Nothing from me as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lovato?
Yep, nothing from me. Very detailed. Excellent. So, yep, no comment.
Okay. Dr. Lovato? Oh, called you twice. Excuse me. Mr. Wright?
Nothing from me.
Okay, and Dr. Graham?
Dr. Wolf included all of my comments. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else on the committee have any comments? Okay, any clarifying questions from the EPA?
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We have one comment for you, and we just want to make sure that especially the comments that you had on the limit dose are included in the written report. That will be very helpful for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, they're already in there, and
Great.
we intended to keep them in there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, I guess we'll move on to question 14B. So if EPA, you will read that into the record.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. Thanks, Dr. Gentry. I'm going to read charge question 14B into the record. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's inhalation POD based on the 8-hour time-weighted average, or TWA, of 0.4 milligram per cubic meter based on a LOAC, identified from the study by Nielsen et al. 1988. In your response, please comment on the strengths and uncertainties related to the severity and magnitude of the critical endpoint. In your response, please also comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the alternative PODs considered by EPA in section 4.3.1.3, the dose response assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our lead discussant on this question is Dr. Baker.
All right. Thank you. So EPA's proposed inhalation point of departure, which I'll call POD, of 0.4 milligrams per cubic meter, which they define as the 8-hour time-weighted average lowest observed adverse effect concentration, from Nelson et al. Is a scientifically reasonable and supported choice. The primary strength of this POD is that it is derived from human occupational data collected with exposure characterization and clinically relevant respiratory outcomes, including asthma, rhinitis, conjunctivitis, and evidence of respiratory sensitization through elevated phthalic anhydride specific antibodies. This study is relevant to humans, includes exposure information, and is consistent with the broader epidemiologic, animal, and mechanistic evidence-based. The selected POD has also been used by other regulatory agencies, providing additional confidence in its suitability for risk assessment. However, the committee wanted to raise some uncertainties. The POD is based on a lowest observed adverse effect concentration rather than a no observed adverse effect concentration, requiring extrapolation to estimate the no effect level. Uncertainty also exists regarding whether sensitization is associated primarily with the reported 8-hour time-weighted average exposure or with intermittent peak exposures during reactor loading, which were substantially higher than the average exposure concentration. Additional limitations raised by the committee include the cross-sectional study design, potential co-exposure to other acid anhydrides, variability in respirator use, limited historical exposure information, and the inability to clearly distinguish between sensitization induction and elicitation. As noted by EPA, previously sensitized individuals may experience adverse responses at concentrations lower than those associated with induction of sensitization. The uncertainty factors selected by EPA generally address the limitations of the available data as they provide a factor for human variability and lowest to no effect extrapolation. However, because the proposed POD is derived from an occupational epidemiology study conducted in worker populations, consideration could be given to whether the default human variability uncertainty factor is fully warranted. A community member raised that occupational exposure limits are typically developed to protect workers from systemic effects, while hazards such as dermal absorption and sensitization are communicated separately through hazard notations. So for example, a SKIN or an SENS or an RSENS notation. Since the critical study population already consists of exposed workers, a committee member noted that the intra-species variability has been inherently captured. In addition, the selected POD is from a potentially highly exposed and sensitive subpopulation, which should be given due consideration in OEL derivation. Consideration should also be given to rapid hydrolysis of phthalic anhydride to o-phthalic anhydride acid, which is a non-sensitizer, in presence of mucus and moisture that is in the respiratory tract. This could support consideration of a lower human variability uncertainty factor, although other committee members noted that EPA's retention of the default factor provides additional protection for potentially susceptible workers and individuals with varying sensitization status. The alternative PODs considered by EPA provide useful supporting evidence but are less suitable as primary PODs. Additional epidemiologic studies, including Nelson et al. From 1991 and Warnfors et al. 1986, support the occurrence of sensitization at similar occupational exposure levels, but have smaller sample sizes and a less robust exposure characterization. Animal studies, including the Sarlo et al. Guinea pig study, provide biologically plausible evidence of respiratory sensitization and have exposure levels that are generally consistent with the Nelson et al. Findings. However, uncertainties related to interspecies extrapolation, respiratory tract differences, and the lack of fully validated animal models for respiratory sensitization limit their suitability. EPA also considered melodic anhydride as a read-across analog. While TMA is structurally similar and exhibits comparable respiratory sensitization properties, the resulting POD is based on an analog chemical rather than phthalic anhydride itself, and therefore carries greater uncertainty. The TMA-derived POD is valuable as a conservative comparator and supporting line of evidence, but should not replace the phthalic anhydride-specific human POD. That concludes our comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Baker. We'll check with your associate discussants. Dr. Lovato.
Very clear, very well detailed. So again, no comments from me. Perfect, good job.
Okay, Mr. Wright.
Excuse me, nothing from me.
Okay, and I'm guessing my list doesn't show it, but I'm guessing Dr. Graham, you're on this question as well.
I am on that question, yes. And I have no additional comments. All of my comments were included.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the committee?
I do have an additional comment. All of the comments were very clear. Thank you, Dr. Baker. I want to echo something that was brought up during public comments was reduction of the uncertainty factor for intravariability within humans. I think it should be given due consideration based on the data that we have currently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Okay, any clarifying questions from EPA?
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. We have no additional clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll move on to charge question 14C. EPA, if you'll read that into the record, please.
Ashley Pepperell, EPA. Thanks, Dr. Gentry. I'm going to read charge question 14C into the record. The Nielsen et al. 1988 study reported exposure measurements for 30-minute peak exposure durations from a study of exposed workers with symptoms consistent with respiratory sensitization. Based on these data, EPA calculated an 8-hour inhalation POD. Considering the weight of scientific evidence for respiratory sensitization as organized by AOP 39, in addition to the time course of respiratory sensitization, please comment on the any uncertainty in the approach of using a 30-minute exposure to represent longer exposure windows, i.e. 8-hour POD, as compared to the use of a short-term exposure value or STEV, as described in Appendix F2, F.2 of the draft risk evaluation for phthalic anhydride. Please consider in your response the actual durations Please consider in your response the actual durations of product use for phthalic anhydride containing products, both in the draft consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment for phthalic anhydride and the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for phthalic anhydride. Next, I think that's it.
Okay, I thought there was one more sentence, but maybe I'm reading wrong. Okay, thank you, EPA.
Last sentence.
Yeah.
Can you read the last sentence again, Dr. Gentry?
Yeah, I guess I thought you ended on the previous sentence.
I'll read the last sentence one more time.
It's a repeat. It's the same sentence twice.
Okay, okay. I was just following along. I wasn't, looking at the content as closely, but thank you.
My computer glitched too, but thank you.
Okay, I guess, again, we'll turn it over to Dr. Baker as the lead discussant on this question.
Yes, thank you. So reviewers agreed that EPA's use of the Nielsen et al. 1988 study provides an important and appropriate basis for evaluating respiratory sensitization because the study links measured occupational exposures with respiratory symptoms and immunological evidence of sensitization. Reviewers agreed that uncertainty exists in converting short duration peak exposures into an 8-hour time-weighted average TWA point of departure, POD. And both occupational and consumer exposures to phthalic anhydride are often task-based, intermittent, and of relatively short duration. Time-weighting peak exposure events inherently dilutes peak intensity. For example, a 30-minute peak of 100 ppm would convert to an 8-hour time-weighted average of about 6.25 ppm, assuming no additional exposure, which is a 16-fold reduction. Per OSHA, a 7-hour sample is generally accepted for calculation of an 8-hour time-weighted average if you can assume that the unsampled time is either 0 because the worker is on break or in a clean room, or the unsampled period represents the same exposure level as the sampled period, with a note that this is for compliance-based sampling. A reviewer noted that it is not clear from the Nelson et al. Article if any full shift 8-hour sampling actually occurred in their study, or if the presented 8-hour time-weighted average was calculated from task-based sampling. If the latter, it was not clear what tasks went into this calculation, and if multiple reactor loading events happening in one work shift were considered, which could influence the 8-hour time-weighted. Nelson et al. Also present a time-weighted average exposure during the high-exposure reactor loading, but do not define what time period this is averaged over. For these reasons, the presented 8-hour TWA should be interpreted with caution, though the reviewer acknowledges this is likely the best available value. A reviewer noted that the use of AOP 39 assumes EPA is trying to determine an induction POD as opposed to an elicitation POD. Induction, or sensitization, is generally triggered by episodic high exposures, whereas elicitation can occur rapidly upon re-exposure to much lower concentrations. Per the early key events of AOP 39, so KE1 and KE2, these are threshold-dependent events highly sensitive to local high-concentration tissue burdens. A high concentration of phthalic anhydride entering the respiratory tract over 30 minutes would overwhelm local antioxidant and protective mucosal barriers and rapidly lead to KE3. These early key events, epithelial stress, dendritic cell activation, cytokine signaling, are triggered by peak exposures and require threshold exceedance, not cumulative exposure. A 30-minute high exposure driving activation of the molecular initiating event, when converted to an 8-hour average, appears much lower and potentially subthreshold. This reduced exposure, mechanistically, may never achieve the local tissue threshold concentration necessary to trigger KE1 and KE2, even if the integrated total mass is identical. Additionally, the reviewer stressed that EPA's consideration of the short-term exposure value is likely to be more biologically relevant and scientifically justified than an 8-hour time-weighted average for characterizing respiratory sensitization risk and may better represent real-world conditions. Another reviewer noted that other risk assessment agencies, such as Health Canada and California OEHHA, have used the 8-hour POD derived from Nelson et al., setting a precedent. But, and importantly, their use of the 8-hour time-weighted average does not necessarily mean that sensitization is driven by 8-hour average exposure rather than peak exposure, and their use of an 8-hour time-weighted average should not be interpreted as evidence that peak exposures are unimportant for respiratory sensitization. Rather, it reflects the exposure metric available from the epidemiologic study and the conventional use of shift average exposure metrics in occupational risk assessment. As previously mentioned, some questions still remain for how the 8-hour time-weighted average presented by Nelson et al. Was calculated. The relative importance of peak versus cumulative exposure for induction of respiratory sensitization remains uncertain. This is apparent in the Nilsson et al. Study, where workers were exposed to short duration peak concentrations during reactor loading tasks, but it was unclear whether sensitization was driven primarily by their cumulative daily exposure, repeated peak exposures, long-term cumulative exposure over years, or some combination of these exposures. So our recommendation, a 15-minute or 30-minute peak exposure may better represent the critical exposure windows, which would not be fully captured by using an 8-hour average. Including a 15-minute or 30-minute short-term exposure value analysis in the risk evaluation would be scientifically justified. That concludes our comments.
All right, thank you, Dr. Baker. Check with the associate discussants. Mr. Wright?
Nothing to add.
Okay. And Dr. Graham?
I have to apologize. I was not on charge question 14B. I'm on all of the other 14s, so I apologize. You were not wrong. I was. And for this one, Dr. Baker did an excellent job. She included all of my comments.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Any clarifying questions from EPA?
Thanks for your patience. Ashley Pepperell, EPA. EPA does not have any clarifying questions at this time, but would encourage the committee to provide the recommendations in the report.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess with that, we'll move on to charge question 14D. If EPA would read that into the record.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. Ashley Pepperell, EPA. I'm going to read charge question 14D into the record. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties related to factors that contribute to human inhalation toxicokinetic variability considered by EPA in section 4.3.1.3.1 and Appendix E dosimetric analyses of phthalic anhydride exposures. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I will turn it over to Dr. Baker as the lead discussant for this question.
Excellent. All right, so to start with our strengths, EPA's analysis of human inhalation toxicokinetic variability is strengthened by using chemical-specific dosimetry modeling rather than relying just on uncertainty factors. EPA evaluated how factors such as particle size, breathing route, activity level, lung size, airway morphology, and sex influence delivery of phthalic anhydride particles to the tracheobronchial region. EPA employed general inhalation risk assessment practices with appropriate focus on portal of entry dosimetry, incorporation of ventilation variability, and a transparent linkage between exposure and delivered dose. Using both MPPD and ICRP-based approaches, EPA found that inter-individual differences in respiratory tract anatomy and physiology could result in approximately a 3-fold difference in delivered dose, supporting a 3x toxicokinetic uncertainty factor. EPA considered both exposure variability and physiologic variability. The analysis showed that workers performing the same task may receive different internal doses because of differences in airway geometry, breathing patterns, and respiratory physiology. The dosimetric analysis of breathing rates properly accounts for differences in minute ventilation between workers performing light to moderate occupational labor versus consumers at rest. This scales the inhaled mass based on activity level, which would directly influence the kinetic velocity of mucosal haptenation. EPA also tied the selected toxicokinetic uncertainty factor to modeled deposition estimates rather than just applying defaults. So leading to our uncertainties, The primary uncertainty is that the analysis focuses largely on particle deposition, which is only the first step in inhalation toxicokinetics. Important processes such as dissolution, hydrolysis of phthalic anhydride, mucociliary clearance, airway retention, protein binding, and immune cell interactions were not fully characterized. This is particularly relevant because respiratory sensitization depends on immune activation, meaning equal deposited doses may not produce equal biologically effective doses across individuals. The largest uncertainty is the disconnect between external exposure metrics and biologically effective dose at the site of action, particularly under realistic peak exposure conditions. From an AOP 39 perspective, the MIE is not proportional to inhaled dose alone. It depends on local concentration spikes, residence time, and tissue-specific reactivity, which are critical considerations for dendritic cell activation and immune priming. Therefore, there can be a potential mischaracterization of effective internal dose variability. There is also a lack of chemical-specific TK data. There are limited direct measurements for airway uptake efficiency, protein adduct formation rates, and local clearance kinetics. Additional uncertainty arises from the exposure scenario used for modeling. The analysis was heavily based on the Nelson et al. 1988 reactor loading scenario, which may not be reflective of all occupational and consumer exposure scenarios that could involve smaller aerosols, spraying, different activity patterns, or different durations. EPA's analyses indicate that smaller particles can substantially increase lower airway deposition. Breathing route assumptions also introduce uncertainty because nasal, oral, and oronasal breathing can produce different deposition patterns. EPA's dosimetric analysis provides a scientifically reasonable and data-informed basis for retaining a 3x toxicokinetic uncertainty factor and likely improves upon reliance on default assumptions alone. However, because the analysis primarily addresses variability in respiratory particle deposition rather than the entire sequence of events leading to sensitization, uncertainty remains regarding whether the modeled threefold variability fully captures the range of human toxicokinetic differences relevant to respiratory sensitization from phthalic anhydride. One reviewer noted when deriving the total intraspecies uncertainty factor, the EPA splits the human variability factor into toxicokinetic and toxicodynamic components. Because Appendix G attempts a detailed dosimetric reconstruction of the Nelson et al. Data, the EPA must decide whether to reduce the default from 3.16 down to 1.0. However, if they reduce it to 1.0, they assume their dosimetric models have perfectly captured all human kinetic variations, such as mouth breathing and mucus clearance gaps. If they maintain the full default factor alongside the Appendix G dosimetry, they risk overestimating the risk through mathematical double counting. That concludes our report.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Baker. Let's check with the associate discussants. Mr. Wright?
Nothing for me.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Graham?
Dr. Baker, again, included all of my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Okay, great job, Dr. Baker. You had a lot to read. Any clarifying questions from EPA?
Dr. Gentry, Ashley Pepperell, EPA. Oh, Anna might have a clarifying remark.
I do, I apologize. Anna Lowe at OPPD Science Advisor. I do have a clarification question. As I've been listening to all of the feedback, which is really helpful, by the way, all day long, it's been fantastic. That maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I was hearing a possible disconnect between the answer to this last question and comments embedded in a couple of the other respiratory sensitization questions around the Nielsen study. I guess I'd like a more explicit understanding of what the panel is recommending with regards to the intraspecies human extrapolation factor. I thought we heard in a couple of the earlier questions that the full 10x was not necessary and we could move to reduce it. And then as we were listening to this last one, it wasn't extraordinarily clear where the panel may have landed, but certainly a legitimate discussion of the strengths and uncertainties of the analysis we did. Just we'd like some clarification on our interpretation of the previous questions and how that coincides to this one, please.
Thank you. Marissa Baker, SACC. I can take a go based on the ones I led, but I'm happy to hear from my group. So in 14B, I think it was, that came up where a reviewer questioned the use of the 10x uncertainty factor because it was a worker population. For this question, where you're right, we were only asked to comment on the strengths and uncertainties, but not to necessarily recommend an uncertainty factor. It did feel as if the committee, and this included myself and Dr. Graham, felt okay with the 3x. So I think at least between the 14 B, C, D, there seemed to be concurrence around the 3x.
Hey, this is
I
Karen.
agree.
Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you for that clarification. That was helpful.
We'll be explicit in the in the report. How about that?
Dr. Graham, did you have anything to add? I saw you come on the screen.
This is Dr. Cynthia Graham. No, I agreed with what Dr. Baker had suggested.
Okay.
The 3x.
Okay. Dr. Gadya, did you have a comment?
Yes, I agree with Dr. Baker. I would also suggest that 3 should be the maximum that should be used, since it's coming from A, that a worker population, B, that a potentially highly exposed worker population. So it would be an overkill or an overly conservative approach when it comes to occupational exposure.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the committee? All right, I think with that, I will turn it back over to Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry, for getting us through those questions. And I think I'm going to be leading us through the end of the day. And just kind of as a milestones, we're probably going to get through charge question 17. I'm not sure we'll start 18. So that's just kind of for EPA and for the lead discussants to know. And then, so now let's go to EPA to see if we can get charge question 15 into the record.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Ashley Pepperell, EPA. I'm going to read charge question 15 into the record. The draft consumer and indoor exposure assessment for phthalic anhydride evaluates inhalation exposure to phthalic anhydride from the use of consumer products containing phthalic anhydride applied via spray application, e.g. paints and varnishes. Each exposure estimate is informed by multiple inputs, including weight fraction of phthalic anhydride in the product, duration of use of the product, volume of the product used, and environment the product was used in. For example, inside the home, in the garage, or outside. The weight fraction of phthalic anhydride in the product is determined based on the available safety data sheets, or SDSs, as described in section 2.1.3 and summarized in table 2-1 of the Consumer Exposure Assessment. Chapter 17 of EPA's Exposure Factors Handbook, US EPA 2011, provides default values for some generic consumer product types, including suggested values for exposure duration, table 17-5, and the volume of product used, table 17-6, for a variety of products and suggests values for exposure duration, frequency of use, and amount of product used for spray paint. Table 17-18. For the draft phthalic anhydride risk evaluation, product-specific information regarding suggested use of the products was available through the manufacturer's product use instructions on the product labels in the technical data sheets or TDSs and from online forums, for example, do-it-yourself websites. This product-specific information was used to inform selection of parameter values instead of the use of default values presented in EPA's expected exposure factors handbook. Assumptions and selection of these product-specific input values for phthalic anhydride are described in section 2.2.1.1 and summarized in table 2-5 of the consumer exposure assessment. Next slide, please. Please comment on the robustness of the values selected for the following key input parameters in the draft consumer and indoor exposure assessment for phthalic anhydride, table 2-5. Duration of use, product mass used, frequency of use, and environment of use. Please include in your response alternate sources, for example, citations and publications, that may further inform the selection of parameter values. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pepperell, for getting that into the record for us. Now we can turn to our discussants, and our lead is Dr. Samuel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jennifer Samuel. Okay, thank you very much to the EPA for reading that into the record and for your work on this topic and area. The issue identification here was that the agency is seeking comments on selected key exposure parameters for phthalic anhydride, including duration and frequency of use, product mass, and environment of use. EPA has astutely managed the alignment of many products and product types, which align to become COUs, with critical technical information necessary to estimate exposure to phthalic anhydride from the use of these products. The structure of this alignment relies on the principles of phthalic anhydride as a functional ingredient, wherein the approximate fraction of phthalic anhydride in a product's recipe depends on the function of phthalic anhydride within the mix. Table A-1, Appendix A of Environmental Release and Occupational Exposure Assessment of phthalic anhydride illustrates this alignment, including descriptors such as application method, physical form, container, and product, or percent of product, that provide important guidance for application of factors to the exposure algorithms. So for general comments on the robustness of the values selected for the key input parameters, although the SACC does not serve as a primary reviewer or quality control check for all calculations and values applied to algorithms, the SACC can opine on the principles of information selection, assessment approaches, application of data, and presentation of logic for these matters. Confidence in the accuracy and relevance of the accrued information is high in this report, given the approach taken by EPA. Rather than rely on older standard assumptions or less detailed general information, EPA utilized relatively current SDS sheets along with industry and retail information. Although the sources of the data are not traditional, i.e., peer-reviewed scientific articles, contemporary market information provides values for exposure factors and multiple product information sites to affirm those values, recognize different ingredient mixtures, and construct dependable contemporary profiles for exposure assessment. The SACC committee has promoted this kind of approach, especially use of atypical data sources, including product information provided online and elsewhere, identifying product descriptors. It seems that EPA has done a good job of collecting, organizing, and applying the information, and we assume EPA will be receptive to additional information from industry that can add to or refine their work. The committee encourages EPA to expand this approach and focus on methods and online technology sites to enhance search methodologies for product information. Business organizations, labor organizations, and other state, national, and international agencies may be helpful to reveal product ingredients and related workplace activities pertinent to understanding exposure scenarios. So a few specific observations of note. The SACC recognizes the sparse availability of statistical professional assistance, including, for example, probabilistic methodologies, for many of the data collections involved with developing the exposure metrics. EPA's modeling of low, medium, and high-intensity use exposure scenarios is helpful in this circumstance. The committee is pleased to see EPA use representative inputs for structuring exposure assessments when specific data are not available. EPA's transparency in this process contributes to the credibility of the approach and invites better data from the public and industry. This approach is far superior to failing to address the exposure assessment at all. EPA did not include the use of skin protective materials for the calculation of dermal exposures from paints and coatings. The committee applauds this approach, as encouraged in many previous SACC reviews. This is particularly important for uses discussed below, such as in home-based industries. EPA has presented logic where they decline to use traditional databases or sources. For example, in Section 2.1, Draft Consumer and Indoor Exposure, this section provides an important clarification for why the CDR database was not used for the consumer goods exposure analysis, which related to weight fraction values of phthalic anhydride as measured as an intermediate or in finished goods. The SACC commends the clarity and transparency of these examples. Tables and discussions were well developed, making it easier to understand the approach and logic for the selection of values for the exposure parameters. In the exposure approaches and methodology key points, this section encompasses an extremely helpful section. It is especially helpful to see the agency's justification for why certain types of exposures are either not expected or not assessed. It is also extremely helpful for EPA to provide a summary of the most sensitive inputs to the exposure assessments, for example, weight fractions and dermal loading inputs. And some recommendations and additional issues for EPA's attention. It is recommended that home-based small businesses should be considered either as a COU or part of a COU. It is possible that these are included in the stay-at-home activity pattern, but this was not entirely clear from the document. And if it is true that that is what that is, it should be clarified. Home-based businesses are expanding in quantity and type. They present a different exposure profile than described for large industries and are not monitored for worker safety, nor is it likely that the quote-unquote workers are even aware of the potential health risks associated with the products they use. For paints, adhesives, sealants, coatings, and drafting resins, such home businesses could include, for example, furniture restoration and house flipping, seasonal decoration, coloring, and assembly, crafts for DIY, and classes for small groups to learn arts and skills, and many other scenarios which might fit into this category, where those types of products, as compared with single household use, are used far more frequently, in greater amounts, and over longer times, and in multiple combinations in a single day's exposure. COU use may take place in a garage, an interior workroom, or other sites on a residential property. Popular internet sites provide abundant video instruction for the home business scenario. And a casual review of several of these sites revealed a paucity of discussion about chemical risk, personal protective gear, and similar topics. As these business models expand, the number of individuals exposed also expands, including non-working populations in general proximity. That may include younger people and even young children. The scenario deserves prominent attention in any exposure or risk review. And on several occasions, the SACC has made this point for other chemicals and other exposure scenarios related to home businesses. A few other points. Institutional use of the products in art rooms, woodworking classes, artificial flower coloring and arrangement, and similar types of activities may utilize the same types of products repeatedly over the course of a day, a week, or a season. Teachers, technicians, and other workers may be in the room frequently for long durations without adequate ventilation, or other controls. Whether these individuals are considered quote unquote workers or quote unquote consumers is irrelevant as long as they are addressed in the exposure and risk scenarios. A few other notes. In the key points section, the EPA notes that dermal loading was calculated based on information from US EPA 1992, but actually the approach is a bit more expansive than that and includes information, for example, from the Marquardt 2006 study and the ChemSteer manual for chemical assessment from EPA 2015, and a brief reference or description to these other references could be added here once the documents are close to finalization, given the importance of dermal loading and the assessment process in this part of the risk evaluation. In Table 2-1, the grouping of products under the same COU for exposure assessment when the upper bound weight fractions vary by 2 to 5-fold is likely to introduce some substantial uncertainty in the risk evaluation results. And the committee suggests that perhaps a better approach from the perspective of thinking about similar exposure groups, such as those commonly used in occupational exposure assessments, might be to group the products by similar weight fraction within each COU rather than simply by a description of the product. This would allow for a more narrow band of variability, given that weight fraction is such a strong driver of potential for exposure. So, for example, that would be looking at weight fractions within the category of adhesives and sealants versus across that entire category. And finally, although frequency of use is a critical parameter in exposure assessments, of course, along with duration and frequency, it was not entirely clear to the committee why frequency of use was estimated when EPA also states in the summary that only acute exposures are considered and that the potential for sensitization exists after a single event. It would be helpful to clarify the reason or reasons for this potential discrepancy. And that is all the comments from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Semmel. And again, I apologize for the delays. My screen has things popping up on top of my video on and off. So thank you for getting that into the record. And now let's see what the associates have to say. Dr. Chase.
Hello, Dr. Cobb. This is Dr. Chasen. By the way, EPA seems to have turned off my video, so I can't click on that. Yeah, this was a great summary. Thank you very much. The only slight detail I might add is, although that we have recommended that EPA explore the idea of grouping by components of the, if you will, recipe, and that kind of assessment will decrease the variability in that parameter. However, we do recognize that, and we haven't tested out the mathematical complications that might, in fact, now introduce in the exposure assessment groupings, where other components may also have variabilities that need to be considered. So we just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chasen. And your video's back. I think that might have been me. You could left yours on by accident, and so I may have done that. Not realized it actually disabled it fully. It's my fault. So let's see now, Dr. Gadia.
No comments. Dr. Shamel captured everything. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Wright?
Sorry, having trouble starting my video. No comments for me. Great presentation.
Excellent. So once again, Dr. Semmel, you've done a wonderful job getting things into the record. Those are all of the discussants I have on my list. So now let's turn to the rest of the committee to see if there are any other comments related to this charge question. Well, seeing none, I think we can go to EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions. And if they're not, we can move to charge question 16. But first, let's see if there are clarifying questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Ashley Pepperell, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's get to charge question 16 then. Do we have an EPA presenter?
I think he's muted.
Hi, this is Brian Groza with EPA, and I'll be reading charge question 16. Within the draft physical, chemistry, fate and transport, environmental release, and environmental exposure assessment for 1,3,4,6,7,8, hexahydro 4,6,6,7,8,8, hexamethyl cyclopenta gamma 2 benzopyran, HHCB, water modeling sections 4.2.2 and 4.3.1.2, EPA estimated surface water concentrations from down the drain releases using point source calculator PSC tool, parameterized with publicly owned treatment works, POTWs, populations, and receiving water characteristics. Per capita loadings were developed for each POTW, commercial via Monte Carlo simulation and consumer via Sheds HT. PSC outputs were summarized as 50th and 95th percentile receiving water concentrations at discharge points and compared with measurements when available. Available monitoring data are often not specific to the release points evaluated in this draft assessment and may lack sufficient context to relate measured concentrations to release amounts or conditions of use. To capture a broad range of ambient surface water settings, EPA reviewed water quality portal records for multiple state agencies and monitoring programs. Please comment on the strengths, limitations, and key uncertainties of the approaches used for estimating and characterizing HHCB surface water concentrations. Comment on the utility of the interpretation and integration of monitoring data in the down the drain analysis.
Thank you for getting that into the record. And now let's hear from our lead discussant, Dr. Fong.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is SACC member Art Fong, and I will be providing the response to charge question number 16, starting with the issue identification. EPA estimated HHCB surface water concentrations resulting from down the drain releases using a combination of consumer and commercial release estimates, publicly owned treatment works, specific modeling, and receiving water characterization. The assessment integrated outputs from the stochastic human exposure and dose simulation, high throughput model, Monte Carlo simulation, and point source calculator, and compared modeled concentrations with available monitoring data. The discussants found EPA's overall approach scientifically reasonable for a screening level TSCA assessment. The approach incorporated multiple complementary modeling tools and appropriately recognized the limitations of the available monitoring data. The discussants also identify important uncertainties associated with release estimates, the interpretation and representativeness of available monitoring data, and the environmental implications of HHCB partitioning to sludge and sediment. Some discussants questioned whether the broader environmental release conceptual model adequately addressed the atmospheric occurrence, indoor air releases, and environmental transformation products. Now, let me cover the strengths of the report. The discussions agreed that the EPA use of multiple modeling approaches was a strength of the assessment. The combination of the stochastic human exposure and dose simulation, high throughput consumer exposure estimates, Monte Carlo simulation for commercial releases, and point source calculator modeling provided a systematic framework for characterizing variability across consumer and commercial down the drain release scenarios. The use of POTW specific population and receiving water characteristics improved the realism relative to generic screening assumptions and provided a transparent basis for evaluating both typical and high-end receiving water concentrations. The assessment also incorporated both consumer and commercial wastewater contributions into a unified release framework. The discussants agreed that EPA appropriately recognized that the limitations of available monitoring data and generally use those data as contextual information rather than direct validation of modeling concentrations. Given the diffuse nature of HHCB releases and the lack of monitoring data directly associated with the modeled discharge locations and conditions of use, the discussants found this approach scientifically reasonable. The use of National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System and U.S. Geological Survey monitoring data was also viewed as a strength because it provided a probabilistic evaluation of environmental occurrence and enabled comparison between modeled and measured concentrations. The focus of low-flow, wastewater-dominated receiving water was consistent with approaches recommended in previous task reviews for evaluating higher-end exposure scenarios. Now, let me cover the limitations and key uncertainties. The discussants identified the limited availability of measured release data as a primary source of uncertainty. The assessment relied heavily on modeled releases, estimated toxic release inventory information limited to a single reporting year, and assumptions regarding consumer use patterns. Because release inputs were derived largely from estimated rather than independently measured releases, uncertainty remains regarding the accuracy and representativeness of these release estimates used in the assessment. Additional measured data on influent concentrations, effluent concentrations, POTW removal efficiencies, and receiving water concentrations would improve confidence in the exposure characterizations. The discussions also identify uncertainties associated with representativeness of modeled POTW populations and receiving water conditions, temporal variability in product use, wastewater flow and hydrologic conditions, interpretation of heterogeneous monitoring data set collected using different sampling design and analytical methods, treatment of non-detect and censored monitoring data, and uncertainty associated with wastewater treatment removal assumptions. Several discussants noted that some frequently used consumer products, such as shampoos and conditioners, may not have been fully represented in the release characterization and recommended that EPA clarify the extent to which these sources were captured within the exposure framework. The discussions also noted that HHCP strongly partitions to sludge and sediment. Consequently, apparent wastewater treatment removal should not necessarily be interpreted as elimination from the environment because a substantial fraction of HHCB might be transferred to biosolids and sediments. Water column concentrations alone may therefore not fully characterize environmental exposure potential. Additional discussion of sediment-associated exposure pathways, biosolid management, and long-term environmental redistribution would strengthen the assessment. Now let me cover our views on utility of monitoring data. The discussants agree that monitoring data provided useful contextual information and an important reality check on modeled estimates. The comparison between modeled and measured concentrations provided support for the overall plausibility of the exposure estimates. One discussion noted that the reported maximum model concentration of 25.4 microgram per liter and maximum measured concentration of 25.5 microgram per liter were remarkably similar and suggested that the broad comparison of modeled and measured concentration distributions could provide additional insight into model performance. Now, at the same time, the discussants recognized the important limitations associated with the monitoring data. Most monitoring results were not linked to specific POTWs, discharge points, release quantities, or conditions of use evaluated in the assessment. Consequently, the discussants concluded that the monitoring data were most appropriately interpreted as supporting evidence within a weight of evidence framework rather than direct validation of model predictions. The discussions also noted that additional transparency regarding the metadata supporting figures 4.5 and 4.6 would improve interpretation of the monitoring results. Providing tabular information describing monitoring locations and site characteristics would help the panel evaluate the extent to which sampled locations represent low-flow, wastewater-dominated systems that may be most relevant to high-end exposure scenarios. Some information could also improve interpretation of environmental occurrence and such information could also improve interpretation of environmental occurrence and support evaluation of potential pseudopersistence in locations receiving substantial wastewater input. Let me now cover some of the additional considerations. Some discussions questioned whether the broader environmental release conceptual model adequately addressed the atmospheric occurrence, indoor air releases, environmental transformation products, and releases from pathways outside of municipal wastewater treatment systems, such as septic system discharges and volatilization during consumer product use. One discussion questioned whether the information supporting exclusion of atmospheric pathways was sufficient, knowing that the available indoor air monitoring data and differences between indoor and outdoor degradation conditions may warrant additional discussion of the rationale used to focus the assessment on down the drain releases. One discussant further noted that available atmospheric monitoring data may warrant additional consideration in the broader environmental release conceptual model. Specifically, this discussion questioned EPA's interpretation of measure HHCB air concentrations and the basis for characterizing atmospheric occurrence as a transient or rapidly dissipating. The discussion recommended that EPA provide additional explanation supporting its treatment of available air monitoring data and atmospheric fate information. Now, while these issues extend beyond the primary scope of the surface water modeling evaluation presented in charge question 16, the discussants agreed that additional explanation of the rationale for focusing the assessment on down the drain releases and surface water exposure would improve transparency and help readers understand the basis for excluding other environmental pathways from further evaluation. Now, let me cover the recommendations from the panel. The following recommendations apply specifically to the HHCB draft risk evaluation. Number one, retain the current integrated modeling framework, which is appropriate for screening level assessment, and expand discussion of uncertainties associated with release estimates, POTW representativeness, wastewater treatment performance, and hydrologic variability. To provide greater transparency regarding how monitoring data sets were evaluated and incorporated into the weight of evidence framework, including broader comparison of modeled and measure concentration distributions where data permit. 3, provide greater transparency regarding monitoring location and site characteristics used to develop figures 4.5 and 4.6, including identification of low flow wastewater dominated receiving water where appropriate, and to support interpretation of monitoring results and evaluation of higher end exposure scenarios. 4, expand discussion of sludge and sediment partitioning, biosolid management, and long-term environmental redistribution pathways to fully characterize environmental exposure potential beyond the water column. And 5, clarify the rationale for excluding atmospheric pathways from further evaluation and discuss the relevant available air monitoring information to broader environmental release conceptual model. Now, let me finish up our comments with the following additional comments. One discussion expressed concern that the exclusion of atmospheric pathways, citing available indoor air monitoring data and differences between indoor and outdoor degradation conditions. Literature as cited by this discussion reported HHCB concentrations in non-industrial indoor air ranging from 0.3 to 267 nanograms per cubic meter, and concentrations above wastewater treatment plants exceeding 400 nanograms per cubic meter. The EPA attempt to dismiss these data as HHCB dissipating rapidly without scientific basis. The atmospheric sample which contained these concentrations were time integrated, and that sampling approach would include such degradation during HHCB residence in the atmosphere. Thus, the language in Appendix D that attempts to dismiss these data as ephemeral must be removed. The remaining discussants acknowledge these concerns as important uncertainties, but considered EPA's overall approach scientifically reasonable for screening level TSCA assessment, provided that the recommended improvements to uncertainty characterization and transparency were implemented. And that's what we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fong, for getting that into the record. And I'll point out that the atmospheric text was from me, and I think we decided to include that in charge question 19. So Dr. Fong, thank you for getting that into the record for us. It kind of was part on the environmental side and part on the inhalation side, but not necessarily at the indoor aspects. So I appreciate you getting that into the record for us, Dr. Fong. Let's go to our other discussants. And thanks for getting all of that done so nicely, Dr. Fong. Let's see. Dr. Fox is the first person I have on the list.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Fong. Nothing to add.
Dr. Schlink.
So yeah, I was going to add something. I guess yeah, I was very pleased to see that we had been recommending low flow worst case scenario exposures for previous panels. So it was really nice to see that that was incorporated into this particular evaluation. So that was awesome. Really liked the figures of 4.4 and 4.5, 4.6. As you probably know, it would be very good to have the tabular data for those figures, maybe in the appendix. I know we get a zillion pages of appendices that are there, but particularly for those figures, it would have been nice to actually, again, have the locations that were present there. Again, the file 31 it was really difficult to read to try to find those locations. And the reason, again, the rationale for this, and I realized that the water modeling and creation is done in a different maybe location than say the folks that are on the eco side that are looking at accumulation patterns. And again, this would be a nice way to actually overlay the different, I guess, offices, if you will, or at least the people that do different things. The eco people, are reliant on the water folks that are there, but it would be very, very nice to be able to partner those together to where you would actually make a sense or at least make some estimates of the accumulation patterns that are in the biota with the higher concentrations that are present from those monitoring data, or even the estimates from the models. That would be fine too. And again, I keep hammering this low flow wastewater dominated system. A lot of these systems have multiple PO2Ws that come in. So even though you're sampling from one PO2W, there could be the waterway itself can be influenced by multiple POWs, which again lends itself to more this term called pseudo-persistence, where the compound is constantly there, even though treatment removes 90% of it, you're still getting constant exposure, which again lends itself to deposition, which we'll talk about in the next sort of section, which may again lend itself to a different conceptual model of where this compound goes. Whereas it's not necessarily an aqueous exposure, but potentially a growth level exposure because it's partitioning into sediment, which are then taken up by organisms that are more benthic in that regard. So again, the bottom line I would recommend is get some make sure that the bioaccumulation folks that are actually measuring those concentrations in biota are connected or communicating with the water estimate exposure folks to see whether or not there's overlap. And then that could actually drive you to the actual MPDS values at the time that the biota were actually sampled to determine whether or not there's a reason for that. So anyway, that's just want to make sure that got in the record.
Thank you, Dr. Slink. I agree with those comments. Thank you. I have now got myself in a situation where I've got everything on full screen and I can't see who the other discussants were. I think Dr. Lee was the next discussant.
Right, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if that's everybody. I think that's everybody. That was a discussant. So let's turn to the remainder of the committee to see if there are any additional comments. I do have a couple of comments. It's George Cobb. First of all, I'd like to echo what Dr. Slink mentioned about the pseudo persistence and the multiple POTWs on given reaches of rivers. There are additional considerations, especially as we get into higher and higher drought type situations in many areas of the world. For instance, in Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area has approximately 1/4 of the city has their wastewater effluent going down one reach of the Trinity River, and something like 80% of that water is pulled out into a constructed wetland. And after going through that wetland, 100,000 acre feet of water per year is pumped back to the top of one of the reservoirs. So that's a closed loop system. It's not even going down the river. It's a closed loop system right there in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And the city of Lubbock has something similar going on for their wastewater going into a effluent almost only stream that then is recycled back in for drinking water after a series of lakes. So, and that's not unique. That's just examples. And I know California does some things where they're putting treated wastewater, I think, into aquifers and then reusing that for drinking water after it percolates a bit. So those are things that really should be considered. So I echo what Dr. Slink was saying. The other thing that I would say is that some of the monitoring may be easier than a lot of the conditions of use and trying to parse all of that out. In a screening level assessment, it's not necessarily essential to know what the conditions of use are. What you need to know is what the concentration distributions are. And if they're not high enough to reach a threshold, it really doesn't matter what those conditions of use are. That only matters if you're exceeding a threshold that's going to cause a problem. And that may be easier than trying to parse out all of these conditions of use to directly monitor some areas where you know that you've got manufacturers or where you know you've got high populations that are using these compounds. That may be easier in the long run than trying to parse out all of these conditions of use. And that would only be necessary and only appropriate to do once you've figured out what the overall burden is for the chemicals in a given stream. So those are my comments. And were there comments from anyone else on the committee about this charge question? If there's not, I think we can go to charge question 17A. And thank you again, Dr. Fong, for, no, let's ask EPA if they have clarifying questions. And if they don't, then we can move to charge question 17.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions. Thanks.
So yes, if we can get charge question 17A in the record.
Randy Burnett, EPA, and I'll be reading charge question 17. EPA's exposure assessment guidelines recommend an iterative tiered approach, US EPA 1992. In TSCA risk evaluations, EPA desires to incorporate refined methods only when necessary as it integrates modeling and monitoring data in a weight of evidence framework to characterize exposures. EPA assessed exposure via fish consumption from down-the-drain releases. HHCB is bioavailable and accumulates in fish. more in gills and viscera than muscle. BCF, BAF, and ambient concentrations vary by species, trophic level, location, and habitat. As a first-tier screen detailed within the draft human exposure assessment, section 3.3.2, EPA used a gill uptake BCF of 1,584 from an OECD bluegill study, Van Dyke, 1996, to estimate fish tissue concentrations that may be consumed by the general population, subsistence fishers, and tribal populations. To address uncertainty in gill versus dietary uptake, EPA evaluated an OECD dietary guideline study, Schneider et al. 2021, and used the ADMEB calculator, Gobas et al. 2019, detailed within the draft physical chemistry, fate, and transport, environmental release, and environmental exposure assessment, sections 4.3.3.2.1 and 4.3.3.2.1, which together indicate predominant uptake via gills supporting a respiratory-only BCF as a first-tier approximation. Next slide, please. Within the draft physical, chemical, fate, and transport, environmental release, and environmental exposure assessment in sections 4.2.4.3 and 4.3.3.2.2, EPA also applied KABAM US EPA 2009 to represent freshwater food webs and incorporating organism metabolism and trophic interactions to estimate bioaccumulation and mammalian dietary risk. Metabolism was parameterized using the OECD bluegill study, Van Dyke, 1996, for the medium fish trophic level, with other levels scaled allometrically. Refined fish tissue estimates inform dietary risk for humans and terrestrial mammals via fish consumption. Question 17A, EPA used a tiered assessment approach to estimate and characterize HHCB uptake into fish tissues. Please comment on the utility, strengths, limitations, and key uncertainties of the approaches used. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bruno. And we'll turn to our lead discussant, Dr. Schlink.
Thanks, Dan Schlink here. So I received comments from our associates and tried to put them together into a coherent pattern. Thanks to Dr. Lee for also trying to separate this between B. These are significantly overlapping in terms of what they sort of address. So please bear with us on that. So there may be some repetition, but we'll do our best. So in the physical chemistry, fate, and transport, environmental release, and environmental exposure assessment document, EPA used a laboratory-derived BCF for bluegill sunfish from Van Dyke, 1996. This OECD 305 aqueous exposure study reported a whole fish wet weight BCF of 1584. EPA then used data from Schneider et al., also an OECD 305 study in bluegill sunfish, but based on dietary exposure to parameterize ADME-B. Schneider et al. Did not directly report a BCF or BAF. Rather, EPA used its depuration and assimilation efficiency and potential biomagnification information to support kinetic modeling. ADME-B produced a BCF of 2649 liters per kilogram and a BAF of 2653 liters per kilogram. Since EPA found that these two values are quite similar, plus HHCB accumulation fish is dominated by respiratory gill uptake rather than dietary uptake, EPA justified use of the laboratory BCF as an approximation of the following fish consumption exposure calculation. Overall, the panel was kind of confused, but tiered as uncertainty was generally extensive in all approaches. Generally, tiered evaluations begin with significant uncertainty, usually in a screening process, with subsequent refinement of uncertainty, either through direct measurement or more refined models, ultimately with confirmation. While several models were used to estimate uptake, only 2 laboratory studies were eventually selected, even though uncertainty was not significantly reduced. Apparently, US EPA utilized a field-derived method as a first tier. However, as one would predict, these data had extensive variability with values ranging for BAFs with lipid normalization, in some cases leading to more variation, sometimes 2 orders of magnitude relative to wet weight determinations, which were more in the order of order of magnitude from Reiner and Kanan 2011. It was unclear why USPA did not use the probabilistic approach in an estimate for tissue accumulation as was performed for surface water concentrations. EPA itself noted much higher field derived BAF values, including a 39,400 liter per kilogram for silver carp, 52,370 liters per kilogram for crucian carp, and 66,030 liters per kilogram for common carp. EPA chose not to use these values since EPA characterized them as snapshot fish and water measurements that were converted from lipid normalized concentrations and reflect unknown exposure concentrations and durations. Of course, that may be a legitimate concern. Lipid normalized concentrations are not directly comparable to whole body wet weight concentrations, and the conversion into BAFs may suffer great uncertainty depending on the specific lipid content assumed in the calculation. However, it's not sure whether this hypothesized concern is really the one responsible for such an order of magnitude discrepancy. In fact, the discrepancy between the laboratory bluegill BCF and high field derived carp BAFs could reflect several mechanisms. Some of the discrepancy may be due to lipid normalization. Some may reflect field exposure conditions, including sediment contact, suspended organic matter, proximity to wastewater effluent, temporal variability in surface water concentrations, or longer exposure durations. Some may also reflect species biology. For example, carp species are often larger and more sediment associated than bluegill, and body size may influence by accumulation because metabolic transformation rates generally scale allometrically with body weight. If larger fish metabolize CCB more slowly than the small bluegill used in laboratory testing, then bluegill-derived metabolism differentiation parameters may not fully represent bioaccumulation in larger fish consumed by humans or wildlife. One discussant thought this is exactly the kind of uncertainty that refined tiers should test rather than leave as a qualitative caveat. Therefore, these high BAF values should not be simply discounted. Instead of relying completely on field values, US EPA used a laboratory study that derived a BCF and then subsequently modeled BAF using ADME-B and CBAM. Well, these are well-recognized models for screening estimates for chemicals that have limited biotransformation, and predicted BAFs were similar to laboratory-derived value in one species of fish. There's still significant uncertainties, particularly in dietary tendencies, preferences, as well as biotransformation/metabolism and clearance estimates between fish of different trophic levels. See question 17b, which we'll talk about here in a minute. In addition, the models respectively predicted more than 94% and 76 to 78% uptake through gills, with only 6% through diet for ADME-B. Given the relatively high log KOW of HHCB, it would seem that HHCB would partition into dissolved organic carbon and accumulate in sediment. Thus, intuitively, as with other high log KOW compounds, dietary accumulation would likely be a more significant factor for estimating uptake. Estimation of uptake of HHCB by fish in contaminated water was based, again, on the Van Dyke 1996 study. Conduct of the study met the 1990s study standards, but recent studies show much improved methods as required in Section 3 of the OECD guidelines, dietary exposure by accumulation fish test. The Van Dyke study considered only contaminant sourced through water contamination, bioconcentration through gill dynamics. Fish diet, also contaminated in the same water, would greatly influence the contaminant level in fish tissue. This biomagnification is relevant in ecosystems where predator fish consume fish from the same contaminated geography, thus carrying the contaminant as whole fish. Again, this will be addressed somewhat in 17b. Contemporary research details much about how fish physiology, species metabolism, body composition, feeding habits influence accumulation and elimination of contaminants. Contaminant levels are likely to be significantly higher in fatty fish. Publication by Lariche and Goss entitled Uptake Distribution and Elimination of chemicals in fish, which physiological parameters are the most relevant for toxicokinetics, illustrates the importance of these principles. The Van Dyke study was conducted exclusively on bluegill sunfish, very lean freshwater fish with very little intrinsic fat. Bluegill sunfish are small, short-lived, and are not bottom dwellers. One discussant suggested that they are known for typically low levels of contaminant uptake in contaminated waters as compared to other fish with different physiological characteristics, with a reference upcoming on that. While some discussants agreed that dietary uptake in fish may be underestimated, there was some disagreement among the panel regarding biomagnification, as one discussant suggested that rapid biotransformation metabolism observed in fish, this is from Fernandez et al. 2013, likely prevents biomagnification to higher trophic species, which will also be discussed in 17b. However, biotransformation elimination in invertebrates, particularly sediment invertebrates, would be more limited. EPA has noted that the contamination is likely to settle to the bottom of the water body where benthic fish, crustaceans, and bivalves feed and filter. Hence, bivalves are very important to consider for the dietary risk estimation, especially with these chemicals. The EPA assessment does not address any other water-dwelling foods common for the general population, especially in both coastal and inland river communities, often vital for many tribal and communities with subsistence diets. Without detailing here, one discussant stated it is known that uptake of contaminants by bivalves is very high, so much so that they are studied for potential utility for water purification. Uncertainties in terms of accumulation and uptake here may also likely be due to the bioavailability of HHCB in water and its biotransformation metabolism, which is discussed in question 17b below. Additional differences in lipid content and life stage are also likely issues affecting uncertainty. Although bioavailability was integrated into trophic transfer using CBAM, only a single concentration of 30 milligrams per liter was used. Consequently, higher values of DOC, such as you would see at a wastewater outfall or in other lentic systems, would likely retard aqueous exposure and lead to deposition into the sediment. So recommendations for A would be generate probabilistic assessments with body burden measurements from the literature, consider benthic invertebrate concentrations as worst case scenario dietary exposure items, and consider implementation of a PBPK model, which we're going to talk about in B here as a more refined model, which would include more accurate biotransformation parameters.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Slink. Let's see what our associate discussants have to say. Dr. Chason?
No further comments. Thank you very much, Dr. Slink and Dr. Lee, for that good work on that. Thank you.
Dr. Gadia?
No comments, thank you.
Dr. Lee?
And no additional comments, thank you.
All right. And let's go to the remainder of the committee. Are there other comments from the other committee members? I don't see any. And Dr. Lee, this is the charge question that you showed us the slide about yesterday. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
It's also related to 17b.
Okay. So I think at this point we're very close to time for a quick break. So maybe if we can take like a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and do 17b, Dr. Lee, is that okay with you?
Yeah, that works well.
And so if we can take a 10-minute break, we'll be back and proceed with charge question 17b. Okay, welcome back to our afternoon session for the EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals. So we've just got through with charge question 17A, and I was reminded during the break that I did not ask EPA if they had any clarifying questions. So before we go to 17B, we'll see if EPA has any clarifying questions. If they do, we will answer them. If they do not, we can proceed directly into charge question 17B.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich of the EPA. We do not have any additional questions regarding the previous charge.
All right, then if we can get 17B into the record, we will be on our way.
Hi, Randy Bernot, EPA. I'll be reading charge question 17B. EPA used a tiered assessment approach to estimate and characterize HHCB metabolism, bioaccumulation, and exposure via fish consumption. Please provide feedback on the utility, strengths, limitations, and key uncertainties of this approach. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from Dr. Lee, who is our lead discussant.
Okay, this is Lee, SACC member. So I will read our response to 17B into record. First, as noted in yesterday's comment, the SACC identified several inconsistencies in how HHCB depuration rate constant were cited, recalculated, and compared across the Schneider et al. 2021, Van Dyke 1996, and the EPA's ADME-B and the carbon model parameterization. The SACC commended the EPA for verifying these calculations and welcomed the agency's effort to revisit and refine them. The SACC look forward to reviewing the updated calculation results once they become available. Number two, one of the major issues that may lead to uncertainty here is the definition of metabolism. In this particular assessment, US EPA are defining metabolism as energetic conversion, ecological term, and not a biotransformation, which is a pharmacological term. All metrics used in ADME-B and carbon models are actually elimination rate constant, which can be used in screen, but not in refined assessment. Ironically, the US EPA used Km as the metabolic constant for the ADME-B and the carbon models. However, biotransformation is a separate process and may lead to elimination, but it's not something equivalent to elimination. Biotransformation occurs through enzymatic processes. For example, when conducting PPK studies, which would be an example of a refined model, Km is the Michaelis rate constant, which is coupled with Vmax to calculate the turnover and the biotransformation of chemicals in biota. I think Dr. Schrein will show a figure on the screen, and maybe this can help us to understand the difference between the metabolism and the biotransformation. Dr.
Excellent,
Schrein?
and thank you. Again, I apologize, my audio button's not clicking on as quickly as I'd like. So thank you for getting that into the record, Dr. Lee.
Yeah, because you mentioned that you will share this figure with everybody.
Yeah.
Would you like to do so?
Dr. Kamel has this, but I was going to wait until my turn as an associate to go through. If you want to,
Okay.
If you want to wait, I can do it now, or we can wait till later. It's up to you.
It works.
Say again.
So let's just go through the.
Yeah,
do you have any additional comments, Dr. Lee?
Yes. Maybe I can go over the rest of the comments, and then we can come back to Dr. Schrein.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, please proceed, and then we'll have Dr. Slink do that when it's his turn as an associate.
Okay, great. I will go ahead. Okay, the third point is the ADME-B model assumed a two-compartment model for all compounds. However, when viewing the ADME-B output, the model provides a linear slope without an inflection with the typical separate distribution and elimination phases. Thus, the linear equation and slope function indicated a one compartment relationship. It's not clear if element B eventually fits the data to a linear elimination function. In any event, compounds that have rapid biotransformation generally have a better fit for one compartment models. For example, pharmaceuticals and some PAHs are rapidly biotransformed and eliminated. The dogma is if rapid biotransformation occurs, the chemical cannot partition into deep compartments. Biotransformation may occur in the intestine, gill, or liver. These pharmacological differences may lead to significant uncertainty when calculating accumulation. Number 4, there is an implicit assumption behind how EPA used element B and the carbon models. The EPA indicate that metabolism can be inferred by comparing the elimination of a non-metabolizable chemical, for example, HCB in this case, and the chemical of interest, HHCB in this case. The assumption is that both chemicals behave the same within the animal, and differences of elimination between the two compounds is then defined as the metabolism and given the Km parameter. However, the similarity in physiochemical properties, mostly high KOW in this case, does not guarantee the same behavior. Even though HHCB has a relatively high log KOW, it undergoes relatively rapid biotransformation and eliminated via Bayer, C. Fernandez et al. 2013 study in European baths. An example of similar chemicals with high log KOW, which are biotransformed and eliminated relatively rapidly in fish, would be PAH. PAH do not biomagnify in fish. However, PAH are not extensively biotransformed in invertebrates and thus may accumulate in that trophic group. However, to measure metabolism and the biotransformation, metabolites need to be determined with the rate of transformation calculated. In this sense, these comparisons only compare elimination rates and do not describe biotransformation as one needed to measure metabolites to measure biotransformation. Given species and tissues differences in biotransformation enzymes, significant uncertainty remains within these modules, unfortunately limiting the refinement sought by EPA. As of this panel, there is only one published example of HHCB metabolism in fish, which actually measure biotransformation. Fernandez et al. 2013 demonstrated relatively rapid biotransformation by CYP3A and the subsequent conjugation into bio following an intraperitoneal injection of a large 50 microgram per kilogram bolus dose in European baths. Based on the plasma concentrations, this study estimates half-life of 10 days using a linear one-compartment model. This value, which was similar to the half-life of 2 to 3 days, was estimated from aqueous bluegill exposures and 5 days from dietary exposures, Schneider et al. 2021. Biliary elimination rates were approximately 24 hours, which is somewhat consistent with the 2 to 5 days of half-lives. However, the CBAS was likely not at a steady state given a single large dose, so that value may be uncertain. Number 5. The bluegill BCF is a reasonable first approximation, but EPA should more explicitly discuss whether the bluegill-derived uptake, duration, biotransformation parameters adequately represents other fish species. Contemporary research has revealed much about how fish physiology, species biotransformation, body composition, feeding habits influence the accumulation and elimination of the contaminants. Larger, fattier, slower growing, predatory or bottom-associated fish may differ in growth dilution, lipid storage, diet, activity level, metabolic clearance, of which can affect wet weight tissue concentrations. The SACC is providing some considerations on possible interspecies differences. For example, one discussant suggested that biotransformation rates generally scaled allometrically with the body weight, and the larger fish usually biotransform a chemical more slowly than small fish. This can be reflected by the biotransformation rate constant Km calculated by the EpiSuite model on pages 132 of the physical chemistry, fate and transport, environmental release, and the environmental exposure assessment document, where the Km is 0.1935 per day for a 10-gram fish and 0.03441 per day for a 10-kilogram fish. Everything else being equal, we can expect a higher bioaccumulation potential in larger fish compared to a smaller fish. Since carp species are often larger in body size compared to the bluegill sunfish, bluegill sunfish derived biotransformation and depuration parameters may not fully represent bioaccumulation in larger fish consumed by humans or wildlife. Number two, contaminant levels are likely to be significantly higher in fatty fish. See Larish and Goss 2018. The Van Dyke study was conducted exclusively on bluegill sunfish, very lean fresh fish with very little intrinsic fat. Three, body size and growth rate can strongly affect bioaccumulation through growth dilution. Specifically, larger fish often have a higher BAFs because they allocate a smaller fraction of their energy to the growth. Reducing growth dilution, although this is also dependent on lipid content as well, especially for poorly biotransformed high log KOW chemicals. 4. Activity level and the metabolic energy demand change contaminate uptake. Specifically, fish with larger activity levels need to consume more food to meet their energy needs, which can increase dietary uptake, especially when the prey are contaminated. 5. Fish of the same species and similar size at the same trophic level can have different bioaccumulation potentials if they eat different prey. Bluegill fish are small, short-lived, and are not bottom dwellers, and they are known for the typically low levels of contaminant uptake like mercury, PCBs, and PFAS in contaminated water as compared to other fish with different physiological characters. Therefore, a bluegill-based model may not represent the bottom feeding or sediment-associated fish if those fish consume prey or detrital sources with different HHCB concentrations. 6. Because fish consumption exposure estimates depend directly on selected aquatic food assumption, EPA should more transparently characterize how uncertainty in aquatic food selection propagates into human exposure estimate. This is especially important for subsistence and tribal populations and for communities consuming locally caught fish or other aquatic food. First, bivalve are very important to consider for dietary risk assessment, especially with these chemicals. The EPA assessment does not adjust any other water-dwelling food common for general population, especially in both coastal and inland river communities, and vital for many tribal and subsistence diets. Without detailing here, it is known that uptake of contaminants by bivalves is very high, so much so high that they are studied for potential utility of water purification. Second, water-dwelling animals like fish and bivalves are consumed by birds and terrestrial animals that are harvested as the game meat or are basic dietary items for some communities. Potential bioaccumulation factors are presented by Kelly and Garba's 2004 publication about biomagnification of organic contaminants in fish, wildlife, and humans. In 1990, Nichols et al., who was an EPA ORD scientist, has proposed the use of PPPK models, which may inform the EPA approach. We will provide references after this meeting. Overall, assuming accurate parameterization, the BAF and BCF values for bluegill appear to be successful in providing a conservative screening value for HHCB accumulation in fish. However, significant uncertainty exists with these values. Given the relatively rapid transformation of HHCB, biomagnification is not likely to occur in predators and human feeding on fish. And the SACC would also like to provide some final general comments. Frequently, EPA scientists are faced with the reality of limited data directly relevant and ready for application to algorithms of the exposure assessment. Too often, that leads to an absence of quantitative assessment or defaulting to request for more data or other positions that delay understanding of risk. The SACC has often appear to the EPA scientists to fill those voids and apply methods for estimating exposure and the risk, along with characterization of the uncertainties, mathematical bias, and approaches for applying available information, assumptions, statistical procedures, and other candidate descriptions. Such estimations benefit overall risk assessment process not only when all elements of the assessment are fully transparent and accessible to the reader. Arbitrary or biased assumptions should be purged, including convenient dismissals. Efforts such as demonstrate efforts of EPA scientists to do just that, and those efforts are welcomed by the SACC. Examination of this exposure or risk assessment by the SACC will hopefully provide a constructive feedback that enhances the information sources, applications, statistical considerations, and the relevance to all American populations. Reasons for selection of statistical examination methods for data should be explained. Then a discussion of the result that statistical examination should be stated. For example, EPA has presented values representing the 5th and 95th percentile values without discussion of the relationship between the 95th percentile and the lower or higher percentile values, including the maximum. Usually, there is no discussion to characterize the conditions or possible utility of those higher values. For example, similar environmental, geographical, proximity to industry or waste disposal areas, suspect laboratory reporting values, single source extreme values, etc. This is not a challenge to use the 95th percentile, but a discussion is needed of what data suggests, if any, above that level, and a representation of the distribution of the data from which the 95th percentile is extracted. This can reveal the relationships between the median values and the 5th percentile, possible bimodal or unusual distribution, which may suggest a further analysis of data before its use in exposure algorithms. Data should not be dismissed with narrative about assumed impact of the data. Statements that data were not analyzed or assessment of the scenario calculated because they were likely to be small exposure or rare events translate into an assumption that is not a big deal. If the calculation was done and indeed the exposure is munite, no further explanation or defense of assumption needed. The EPA team has done a hard part, finding data, applying statistical examination, comparing findings to some of the statistical results, etc. Each of these dismissal weakens the presentation and introduce an unnecessary challenge to the confidence of the report. Completing calculations strengthens the case and adherence to the transparency and the good science. And we also provide some editorial comments. Number one, when there are a huge database referenced or selected values or subsets of data, EPA's reference should be more specific, including specific on sections, pages, lines, or whatever location-specific descriptors are appropriate. Number two, we could not connect to California 2021 data in NCQMC 2025, and that link was not working for documents. And finally, the SACC would like to provide the following recommendations to the EPA. One, EPA should conduct sensitivity analysis using alternative fish species. In particular, EPA should evaluate whether the large fish or bottom-associated fish could have a higher wet weight tissue concentrations than the bluegill-based BCF predicts. Number two, given the identity of CYP3A as a biotransformation enzyme for HHCB, an alternative modeling approach that could be considered as a refinement would be to use biotransformation software such as DEEP-CYP to predict Michaelis rate constant Km and the maximum facility of catalysis Vmax. These data should be integrated into PBPK models developed by the EPA ORD for fish. Estimates should not only provide accurate body burden information, but also tissue concentrations that would be useful in other toxicity assessment. Number three, EPA should discuss whether the bivalves or other aquatic foods are relevant for exposure population, and if excluded, provide a rationale. So that concludes my summary of the response to question 17B. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thanks for getting all of that into the record. That's quite a bit. And then let's go to Dr. Chason to see if you have additional comment.
Thank you. I have no additional comments.
All right. Dr. Schlenk?
Yeah, so I was going to show this figure, so I guess it's okay to share my screen now?
I think so.
Yes.
Share. Everybody see that, I guess? It's a picture of a fish on the right.
Yes.
Everybody.
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
Okay, good. Yeah, so this is just I understand the agency's predicament here where you're trying to do these high level screening sort of estimates, but again, if you're going to refine those estimates into something that's again more certain, I think you have to understand the differences of the model and what the assumptions of the models are. And I mentioned this in the comments that Arnaud and Gobus's model and the Caban model they're elimination-based models. So if you look here on the right, this is from the EPA document. You can actually see that let me close this. I can't see myself. Okay. You can see that metabolic transformation is considered outside the animal with this arrow, when in reality, biotransformation occurs inside the animal. So again, biotransformation is not equivalent to elimination. If you look to the left over here, I don't know if you guys can see my pointer or not, but um, in order to have elimination, you still have to have removal from the animal. And biotransformation can occur uh, regardless of whether you got elimination. A great example of that would be DDT. DDT is actually rapidly biotransformed, but it's stored as DDE, as a metabolite. We don't know what happens with HHCB. We do know that it's eliminated by bile, at least from the Fernandez et al. Study, based on a bolus dose uh, exposure that took place. So we do know biotransformation takes place, but to equivalate to assume that biotransformation and elimination are the same is a bit oversimplified. And so the term metabolism, which is used throughout this document, as well as Arnaud and Gobus, is not metabolism. It's actually elimination. Those rates are based upon dietary and lipid uh, inputs, which are essentially energetic. So their definition of metabolism is actually sort of like how we define basal metabolism. It's just the activity of the animal, nothing to do with the enzymes involved in biotransformation. And as Dr. Lee mentioned, biotransformation is measured by Km, which is Michaelis-Menten constant. That's Km, which ironically is used as Km for this arrow that's going out of the animal for metabolic biotransformation. So the issues here, again, leads itself to tremendous uncertainty, particularly with compounds that are metabolized. Now, for non-metabolized compounds or compounds with limited metabolism, that Arnaud and Gobus model is great. It's really, really good. And so it kind of represents a worst case scenario in a way, but you have to be certain, you have to be careful that, again, of the uncertainties that are associated with that, particularly if you've got a compound that undergoes rapid biotransformation. And again, you guys have been talking about this the last 3 days for the mammalian side of things. The same characteristics can be utilized in fish. In fact, John Nichols has developed a model for rainbow trout and channel catfish that actually incorporates these components on the left and a biotransformation term to actually estimate not only dosimetry but also elimination as well. So anyway, that's kind of the whole point here, and I think it's a very large component of uncertainty with these models is that the real biotransformation aspect of metabolism is not really adequately addressed. And yeah, so that's my comments there.
Thank you, Dr. Slank. And then we have Dr. I think Dr. Gadia.
Sorry, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, that's all the discussants that I have. Let's look at hear from the rest of the committee. Are there additional comments from the rest of the committee? Dr. Otten.
Thank you for that discussion and especially Dr. Schlenk, you really identified a key issue. I also wanted to refer back to other terrestrial organisms because in the charge questions, terrestrial mammals are noted, but other organisms, including birds, are not. I found a 2014 EPA report that concluded that the effects in birds are not enough to warrant including them in any kind of further analysis. So I would just point out that that was quite a few years ago, and perhaps we should not continue to ignore some of these species that are higher on the food chain. And if there's any kind of bioaccumulation or biomagnification, especially some of the raptor species are pretty high on the food chain and perhaps may be affected, especially if they're eating the larger, heavier fat fish that might have some more tendency to accumulate these compounds in their tissues. But that's not to say that I dispute mild effects, that if you look at it as a yes or no kind of question, at this point, they don't warrant action, but I would really like to see continued monitoring and consideration of them and effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ottinger. Any additional comments from the committee? So this is George Cobb. I would like to kind of add something to what Dr. Slink said, and I'm sure everyone on the call realizes this, but just because something is transformed does not mean that it is detoxified, nor made, usually it's made more eliminatable, but it's not necessarily detoxified. And so I caution the agency on assuming that a transformation, or as you're terming it right now, metabolism, reduces the toxicity, because that is absolutely not always the case. Okay, let's turn this to the EPA to see if there are clarifying questions about, oh, I see Dr. Gentry, excuse me.
I just thought I would expand on your thought a little bit. I mean, when we do PBPK physiological modeling in rodents or humans, certainly biotransformation is not elimination. It can certainly be the decrease in the parent, but like you said, that can also mean metabolism to the toxic moiety. So I think the comments we're making about the fish models are consistent with what we would do in mammalian species.
Thank you for that. That's good information. Okay, now let's go to the agency to see if there are clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich of the EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
All right, well, let's get to charge question 18 onto the record, please. I think this may be the last charge question that we try to address today. We will see how we're doing after we get done with this particular one.
Okay. I think I lost a slide. Okay. EPA's exposure assessment guidelines recommend an iterative tiered approach, citing US EPA 1992. Within the draft human exposure assessment for 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 hexahydro 4,6,6,7,8,8 hexamethylcyclopentagamma 2 benzopyran HHCB in section 2.1 and appendix E, and the draft risk evaluation for HHCB, sections 3.3.1 and 3.4.2. EPA adopted a screening approach to assess worker exposure. Rather than quantifying every condition of use, the agency also evaluated high-end occupational scenarios intended to bound exposures across all occupational conditions of use. Specifically, 2 scenarios, 1, formulation of fragrance oils, and 2, plastic compounding converting, were quantified for use as screening scenarios for all conditions of use. Both scenarios were selected for use as screening scenarios due to the expectation of related activities resulting in the highest levels of exposure compared to other conditions of use. Selections also considered physical form, vapor, dust, or mist of the chemical, temperature, volume handled, exposure durations, and frequency. For example, elevated temperature scenarios, i.e. higher vapor pressure, were expected to present the greatest potential for vapor inhalation. Please comment on the selection of occupational exposure scenarios used as the screening scenarios and the rationale for identifying the highest exposure conditions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hollinshead, for getting that into the record for us. Now let's go to our lead discussant, Dr. Chason.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Chris Chasen. The committee agrees with EPA that monitored data from existing studies and monitoring reports are not adequate to construct credible exposure estimates to predict risk for workers throughout the HHCB-related industries. There is, however, seemingly credible information from industry and other regulatory agencies and other sources which provide the opportunity for an alternative approach that is modeling the exposure potential. EPA presents a model exposure assessment scenario to address multiple industrial working tasks presenting upper bound exposures over multiple exposure opportunities. This particular industrial situation may fit well into such a model concept. The key parameters within such a model present limited variability for the venue, tasks, and even limited variability of the people who are represented in the population cohort at risk, that being working able adults where exposure is possible only over timed working periods. Exposure opportunities occur in industrial/commercial venues where, at least theoretically, conditions, working tasks, clothing, and protective practices are similar across multiple sites within the industries. Conditions within the sites and task conditions are theoretically controlled to avoid temperature-induced problems with the product and to minimize waste of the product, in addition to any employee protection standards that may exist. Exposure occurs only in the workplace, not in other venues under the assumptions of the screening model. This situation minimizes the possible variability of the population to be considered, that being human and population variability, as well as the exposure opportunities, conditions, and venues where exposure is possible. Given these relatively controlled venues and limited situational variability, it is feasible to identify key parameters that define the potential exposures and then to estimate upper bound values representing multiple conditions. This is essentially creating a modeled sentinel exposure scenario which can be quantified with upper bound parameter values, rendering an exposure estimate theoretically representing the highest possible exposure across all of the industrial venues for all of the people employed therein. The committee agrees that the primary exposure relevant determinants for the model are temperature as the determinant for vapor pressure, concentration level, volumes handled, exposure durations, exposure frequency, and the physical form, be it dust or vapor or mist. The inclusion of both vapor generating and dust generating scenarios may appropriately capture distinct occupational exposure pathways. EPA's use of a tiered screening level occupational exposure assessment approach is scientifically reasonable and generally consistent with EPA's exposure assessment guidelines and TSCA risk evaluation practices. The selection of formulation of fragrance oils and plastic compounding converting as a screening scenario is directionally appropriate because these scenarios are expected to represent the higher end vapor and dust exposure conditions based on HHCB's physicochemical properties and use patterns. The assumptions within the model seem rational and protective. The descriptions for the parameter values are clear and supported by source citations. Where data were sparse or not available, representative values were explained and seem reasonable. Additional considerations and recommendations. The screening model must be relevant for all occupational scenarios described in section 2.2.2.2, as it is structured as a sentinel type exposure scenario. Hence, it must be inclusive of work conditions, tasks, and scenarios. The document would benefit from further discussions and considerations for downstream industry processes and workers. The document seems to have an implied bias that downstream manufacturing processes present smaller exposure opportunities across the board, an assumption that may be true, but may be challenged because of less control of venue, different tasks or other scenarios. For the scenarios noted in the report, and especially for downstream industries, uncertainties remain regarding whether the model does indeed cover all the occupational conditions of use. Actual worker exposure may vary substantially depending upon the engineering controls, the enclosure, automation, maintenance activities, manual handling, and facility-specific operational practices. Overall, EPA screening scenario selection appears scientifically reasonable for a TSCA screening level assessment. However, the assessment would benefit from clearer discussion of the degree of confidence that these scenarios reasonably represent upper bound occupational exposures across the broader range of conditions of use and facility types. Of particular concern are attentions to tasks such as container cleaning, equipment cleaning, packed container storage area cleaning, spill response, transfer operations, and in general, the processes for adding HHCB into other ingredients for intermediate or final product production. EPA is reminded that in correcting uncertainty about whether the model does indeed reflect realities of industrial practices, the challenge is to define the probable influence of worker tasks on the key parameters, but to avoid increased parameter values within the model just to be more conservative. Upper bound modeling already employs layers of upper bound metrics and can suffer if additional ones are applied without good justification. Information from the Fragrance Creators Association, that's FCA 2021, seemed impressive and useful for EPA's construction of the scenario, and EPA's claim that the model will be broadly protective. The information directly addresses tasks such as container cleaners and packaging sites, site emission surveys of fragrances, formulation, compounders, and products. It's the HHCB information to support TSCA risk evaluation. Highlighting this work in the narrative lends further credence to the foundational information for the scenario construction. The FCA report contains monitoring information and descriptive elements which seem relevant and important to the modeled scenario. It appears that FCA provided this information voluntarily, and if that's true, should be recognized for that. Too often, SACC hears that industry did not constructively participate by providing needed data before the evaluation process. Thank you. That's all we have.
Thank you, Dr. Chason. Let's see what our other discussants have to say. Dr. Gadia?
Thank you, Dr. Chason. This is very well covered. The only addition to this that I would like to make is there is a trade association called International Fragrance Association, IFRA. They're parallel to FCA, and they might have worker exposure data, which EPA might want to leverage in the assessment. Thank you.
Could you be so, this is Dr. Chason, could you be so kind as to send me those references in text so I can add it in, please?
Absolutely.
And thank you for that comment. Those are very important pieces of information, and I know that Mr. Wright's been suggesting gathering that kind of information where available, so thank you for that comment. Mr. Wright?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
And Dr. Fong?
No additional comments. Thank you, Dr. Chason, for such a nice, excellent summary.
Thank you, Dr. Fong. Let's see if there are additional comments from the rest of the committee. Not seeing additional comments. EPA, do you have any clarifying questions for us?
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich of the EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions.
All right. I think that to keep from getting too far ahead of ourselves, maybe we should start with charge question 19 tomorrow. And we've got plenty of time to get all of our charge questions done tomorrow. I don't see a problem with that. I do want to circle back to the committee to see if there are any final things to go through today before we adjourn. Yeah, Dr. Chason.
Yes, maybe since we have a few minutes, it would be good to read those collective comments. They're not very long, and we could just take 5 minutes and put that in, so we can collect additional comments if we are needed.
So what comments are you talking about?
For the collection of the general issues. Do you want to do that?
Do you think that takes, how long do you think that takes?
Oh, it's only, I think, a page or two, so.
What now?
It's not very long. It's just the summary.
Okay, yeah, I think we can get that in. And these are kind of catch-alls that don't exactly fit any charge question, but are relevant to many of them.
That's right. Let me just.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay, let me just pull it up. I'm sorry. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, it's not very long. This is general issues of concern, summaries. The committee has noted several issues of concern not directly requested for comment by EPA, but nonetheless critical to EPA's goals for best science practices. These topics are only summarized here, but will be more fully discussed in our written report. We also point out that several of these topics have been extensively discussed and documented in many prior SACC reviews over the past 3 or 4 years. Number 1, clarification of intent of the exposure assessments, application of data to fit the purpose of Sentinel versus screening approaches and tiered assessments. There seems to be some confusion about the utility of these different approaches and what they're called actually in the report, or perhaps over the objectives over the calculations in the report. The committee was frequently unsure as to the type of assessment undertaken or the value chosen from the assessment for consideration. The confusion may be resolved with clarification through the report in terms described below. The ideal circumstance for exposure and risk assessment is utilization of data and appropriately modeled values for key factors to quantify exposure for each plausible exposure opportunity. Uncertainty and variability can be characterized, but the goal is to define high centile exposures within as much precision as possible, or probability distributions. Then for each subpopulation, define total daily exposures over all the sources. This requires coherent, aggregated exposure approaches and tools as detailed by EPA and many other scientific bodies internationally, and will be discussed below. Screening assessments is another valuable approach, well grounded in exposure science, wherein multiple exposure scenarios common to the population experiencing similar exposure situations. When sufficient data do exist to inform the calculation of exposure to dominant scenarios, overall exposure to this class of scenarios can be estimated. In this case, normative values could be challenged by the inherent lack of data and variability. However, higher exposure values on the probable distribution can be chosen to represent the high end of the probable exposure from the overall scenario. Screening assessments are scientifically meritorious when accompanied by transparency of the assessment approaches and definitions of the similarities of the included population and noted confidence of the data and modeling used for the assessment. This is especially true when the exposure scenarios are expected to have similar values for key parameters, and care is taken to ensure algorithms avoid unintended magnification due to serial high-end values applied to the model parameters. Sentinel exposure assessments can be undertaken to yield an exposure value to represent the highest expected exposure that could accrue to anyone within the broad grouping of relevant subpopulations. Typically, this value may reflect degrees of uncertainty around the information directing choices of parameter values, variability in exposure opportunities in terms of frequency, duration, route, etc., and other considerations leading to applications of upper end values. It may employ assumptions and model values from surrogate information when necessary. The assessment's construction should be clearly explained in these terms to convey rationale for the necessary focus on the high-end values. That's one. The second point is, this committee, as with previous SACC reviews, have identified exposure scenarios which seem to be missing. That means the characteristics of the missing exposure scenarios somehow exceed the defining boundaries of the existing screening scenarios within the assessment. Potential exposure and risk consequential to omitted scenarios cannot be corrected by assuming that high-end exposure values of other scenario calculations will account for exposures of the omitted scenarios. To avoid this problem, the assessor must carefully ensure that group scenarios and characteristics of exposed people, such as age, occupation, etc., have genuine commonality within the key parameters, including activity patterns, diet, or exposed sorts, or whatever is relevant. If not, a separate assessment should be fashioned for the scenarios outside of the perimeter of the existing assessment. EPA is encouraged to apply these principles throughout the assessment process with narratives detailing the metrics considered to be key parameters related to any groupings for any of the types of exposure assessments discussed in the section above, and discussion explaining how those groupings cover all potential exposed people. Such focused discussions and transparency could further explain EPA's logic and adherence to the scientific principles. And then the third issue is, it cannot go without again highlighting the need for coherent aggregate exposure assessments for each chemical, considering realistic exposure opportunities for people and the probability of encountering those combined exposures per day across different time periods. This requires coherent calculation of all exposure opportunities with functional aggregate probabilistic models to appreciate the likely risk for the general population or any significant subgroup, especially to chemicals with a myriad of products, occupations, environmental sources, and other likely exposure opportunities. Many previous SACC reviews have emphasized this and noted EPA's previous leadership in this methodology. Many advanced scientific models utilized internationally were spawned from the principles established by EPA. The committee urges the leadership of EPA to reinstitute those tools. Number 4 issue, also estimating dietary risk to an entire population by choosing one food is grossly insufficient. It is as if the general population dietary risk could be defined by considering only fast food hamburgers. In this review, it's a notable issue for any population consuming a food item likely to be contaminated, but not considered in the exposure assessment. Perhaps there are EPA policies or traditional risk assessment approaches that instruct calculation of a single food assessment to represent dietary exposure, but that is not best science. This too has been addressed by previous SACC reviews, and the tools for aggregate dietary exposure and risk assessment exist in EPA. Thank you. That's the summary.
Thank you, Dr. Chason. Let's see if there are any responses from the other committee members about this. Mr. Wright.
I only wanted to ask if this document is in the SharePoint site.
It's under 19.
It's under
19.
19. Okay, thank you.
And that is a separate document, or it's embedded in charge question 19?
No, it's a separate document in, just a minute, it's entitled.
That's okay. Let's do that offline. Let's
Oh, okay.
we can do that offline.
That's fine.
Dr. Ottinger?
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask the same question and would love to perhaps add a paragraph about some of the ecotox questions that we've been asking or, discussing.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Other comments? If not, let's go to EPA for any clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We don't have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, we have a little bit of time, but I think we're actually going to be in much better shape if we wait till tomorrow to start charge question 19, and then we'll finish up. There'll only be one question in the morning and then a couple later in the day, and then Dr. Gentry will lead for a while. I'm pretty sure we can get finished before lunch, but if not, right after lunch tomorrow. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Kamal to see if there are any parting words for us before we adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. And I see.
Yeah, hello, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. So we have to be so we're in DC, and we have a ton of road closures tomorrow, and the later the day goes, it's going to get worse for our commuting because of the events planned for this weekend at the White House. If we can finish before lunch tomorrow, that will allow us to be able to actually commute out of the city if possible. We're just going to run into a lot of commuting challenges here in DC tomorrow.
Unless we have objections from either the EPA folks or from the committee, we can work through lunch, just continue until we're done, unless it's just crazy. And I honestly don't see this taking us past noon your time.
Yeah, I think that works for us, is just to get through what we have left, if you are all prepared.
I would be shocked if it takes past 1 your time. Just floored shocked if it took past that.
This is Dr. Chasen. Just if this is helpful, we are ready with 19, so it's up to you.
I would prefer that we don't do that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Kamal?
So we're gonna finish today's discussions now. We're gonna continue tomorrow, right?
Correct. We will continue tomorrow.
Okay. All right, then I will thank everyone who participated today. I will thank you, Dr. Cobb, Dr. Gentry, for facilitating, and I will thank the EPA team and who participated in all the discussions and the discussants and the SACC members. And we will meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.